there's just something about knowing it could happen and actually experiencing it, and I think that's part of what people have been dealing with right now. Interestingly, some parts of this neighborhood, even those that are flooded, do still have power. Others, where there's streets all over the place that are flooded out, are without power, and there's really no telling when that's going to get back. This right here is a comparatively minor flood zone, and it's still enough so that a regular sized car would probably want to be careful going through. You might lose some traction. You can see just the neighborhood is in complete disarray. All this debris along the side that's already been hauled out. That is good news, but again, there's just been so much confusion, so much heartache in this area of Orla Vista. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hey Marie, you made a great point. Expecting is not the same as living it. And we saw someone walking by with a blanket wrapped around them. That was the only person I saw in your shop. But have you seen more people coming out of their homes?
Yeah, we have seen people all out and about all through the day. The area that we just drove you through earlier that had all of the water was actually, we saw a bunch of people wading through, carrying things over their heads, trying to get out some of their belongings. Some people told me that they had, in anticipation of this, put their belongings on higher shelves to a higher elevation to keep it safe, but I know some people did say even in doing that it wasn't enough. Talking with the Army National Guard and some neighbors, some of the homes here had water up to their chest, or in some cases up to their waist, up to their chest, that whole range. So this is nothing minor here. I know the area that we just drove you through, you might be thinking, oh, that doesn't look so bad. The first place that we drove you, where that entire street is flooded, is just one of many in this neighborhood, and we've been here for several hours. It has not gotten any better. That water is not draining out.
Wow.
All right, Maria, thank you.
And Marie brought up a good point too. She was talking about power outages. The last update we got from Orlando was 67,000 people without power in Orlando. So she was saying, one street has power, another street doesn't. So yeah, those crews are still making their way out there.
Oh, it's going to take days, yeah, for that power to be restored, if not up to a week or more.
And 200 additional crews are headed down here to Orlando specifically. So that just goes to show you, and that's just Orlando. I mean, a lot of other people.
Yeah, we still have more than 2 million people statewide without power.
Correct.
So now that the waters are starting to recede, now that Ian is moving offshore, those extra crews, can come in and start helping out. The linemen will be moving in from other states trying to get power restored all across Florida. Most specifically, that west coast of Florida was hit so hard. Yep. The governor was saying earlier today, the grids are knocked out in Lee and Collier County. So that is going to take probably weeks, if not months, to get everyone back online over there.
Because if you think about it, there are still houses that are completely underwater. The water is up to the roof, so it's going to take a while for that water to start receding. And we actually saw in the Sarasota area a little while ago where they were still trying to get to some of those neighborhoods that have been flooded out. The roads are not passable.
Yeah. And that's not even the hardest hit area. Yeah, they were still probably about 60 miles away from the eye of the storm. So just imagine what Fort Myers and Naples looks like right now. It's going to be
devastating for quite some time. All right, well, we want to get to some more breaking news out of Orange County. Memorial Middle School, which we were at last night, says it is no longer accepting people in its shelter.
Yeah, that school says it's at full capacity and they cannot take anyone else in. So do not go there today. We have a list of other Orange County shelters that do have room on our website. Just go to fox35orlando.com. And we also want to get to some drone video. Take a look at this. This is out of Lee County over in the Fort Myers area. Homes there are devastated by the flood damage. And you can see smoke coming from at least one house there. Around the city, now that the floodwaters are starting to recede a bit, you can see all sorts of destruction and debris just scattered everywhere. Yeah, and we were talking earlier to Sanibel Island. Right there, I think this is it.
Yeah,
the bridge is gone. And there's only one way in and out of Sanibel Island and Captiva. So if those people didn't evacuate, they're stranded on the island.
And you can see these streets that they now look like murky small rivers instead of streets. You can't even see the pavement anymore because the water has flooded that much. And some of these homes, I mean, look at these homes along the beach. These are some expensive pieces of property.
Very expensive, yeah.
And they are now dealing with some quite some damage.
And the sheriff over there says, quote, "Our hearts go out to every resident who is impacted. The Lee County Sheriff's Office is mobile and will stop at nothing to help our residents."
But the pictures coming out of there with the sunlight are truly impressive. Well, Disney World will reopen the park tomorrow in what's really a promising sign right there. According to a Disney World spokesperson, the park, along with Disney Springs, will reopen in phases on Friday. That is tomorrow. The company expects the weather conditions to improve later today. It will release the weekend's hours later in the evening. Universal Orlando Resort will stay closed today. The park will conduct detailed inspections to ensure a safe reopening.
Well, the northeast part of the state is still feeling the impacts of Tropical Storm Ian at this hour.
Yeah, Fox Weather's Jonathan Seri is in Atlantic Beach. That's near Jacksonville. He shares the conditions up there.
Take a look behind me. You can see the Atlantic Ocean, the waves just churning out there. And late yesterday, some heavy equipment came in, started shoring up these sand dunes, in particular this public access area, shoring it up with sand in hopes of preventing the waves from crashing over. Well, just minutes before we came on, a large wave came and a small amount of water spilled over. We're not experiencing any flooding in this city just yet, but it's certainly a concern along these coastal areas, the beaches off the coast of Jacksonville. And although there are no mandatory evacuations here in Duval County, the mayor of Jacksonville is urging people in low-lying areas, such as these beachside communities, as well as parts of downtown Jacksonville that flooded back during Hurricane Irma in 2017, to take the threat of this storm seriously, to safeguard their lives and property and consider voluntarily evacuating any flood-prone areas. Take a look at these palm trees blowing in the wind. They've been doing this since yesterday afternoon, well in advance of the arrival of the brunt of this storm, Ian, as it continues to head across the state of Florida. A weakened version of what it was when it hit the West Coast, but still a formidable threat. Back to you.
Well, now we want to get out to Fox 35's Jessica Ely. She is live in Winter Springs.
And Jessica, a road collapsed there.
Yeah, I'm here on Shore Road in Winter Springs, and just take a look at this. Shore Road, it's collapsed. It's what one neighbor described as a waterfall. You can see the asphalt has kind of gone into the dirt right here, and it's a sinkhole. So it's kind of just really scary. We've seen a lot of people driving up to it, driving away, and a lot of people, as you can see, even coming up just to take pictures. But I'm not sure if this is a creek right here, but there is a lot of water, and just we've been driving around this entire neighborhood. A lot of water is collected all over the place, so you could see why something like this would happen with the erosion of the road. But yeah, it has turned into some sort of a waterfall. There is a drainage system right there. Just the road is collapsed. No one can get through. There's really only one way in and out of this neighborhood right now, but just pretty incredible to see what happened from Hurricane Ian. So yeah, lots of people out here. This is Shore Road in Winter Springs. We're going to get another look at this collapsed road safely, though. Look at that drainage. Lots of water. The sidewalk has even collapsed. There's a railing over there that has collapsed. People cannot get through the street, and this water keeps coming and collecting in this area. But we are going to take a look at this safely. It looks like a creek or something back there by people's homes. But like I said, we are in Winter Springs. People coming up to look at this and just to see, because you don't see something like this very often. But people are coming up, driving back, trying to stay safe. Lots of collected water in this neighborhood. But that's all for now from Winter Springs, from Shore Road. Jessica Ely, back to you.
And Jessica,
Yes.
I see some people right behind you there. Are they trying to get into that neighborhood, or what's the deal with those folks there? I see right in your background.
Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, people, they keep coming up here. We actually got tipped off by some of the neighbors. We were in another part of this neighborhood, and they're like, hey, you have to go down the Shore Road to check this out because the road is collapsed. It's completely eroded, so people are just coming up. You can see them with their cell phones taking pictures, even smiling at our camera, but people are just in awe of this because the road is collapsed. No one can get through, so just a pretty dangerous situation in this neighborhood.
Yeah, Jessica, I was going to say it does look dangerous. I don't know if it's safe for people to be standing on the road there. It looks like it could give way at any time. Have we heard from city officials about a time frame to get this road fixed?
Yeah, we have not yet. We were tipped off by some Fox 35 viewers about this, but we are reaching out to officials about the timeline for when this will get fixed. But it could take a while just because the road is eroded. Like I said, no one can get through. There's even, if we take a look right here, someone drove up here on Shore Road. They are trying to take a picture of this because it's just such an incredible sight. You don't see something like this every day, and the wind is starting to pick up. There's lots of rain out here.
All right, Jessica, thank you for that report. Alarming to see a road giving way, a sinkhole, it appears to have opened up there.
And as the day continues, it seems like we're just getting a better idea of the damage that we've gone through here in Central Florida.
As people drive around and the neighbors are going, go over there, go over there. Yeah, destruction a little bit everywhere.
Yep. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Ian Cassette is joining us now.
So Ian, we are seeing more and more cases of roads like that being washed out.
Yeah, this is very common when you have this much rain in a short period of time. We got it plenty when I was in Southwest Virginia, especially when you had the mountains, but they're very prone to flooding there. And when you have so much rain at once, it has to go somewhere. So I was looking at the map trying to figure out what was there, and it looks like there are some creeks that run through Winter Springs with Lake Jessup right there, and it's probably filled up and the creeks are overflowing, and that erosion over time very quickly can take out some of those roads that run with the creeks by them. So that is going to be unfortunately commonplace across our area given the levels of rain that we have seen. And the winds are still continuing. We are still seeing those very strong winds today. The rain is starting to fall apart, or at least it's starting to move away as the system moves away from us. But we have tropical storm warnings that continue. Even with the storm offshore, we are still experiencing tropical storm, even hurricane force winds, that hurricane warnings that run all the way down to Brevard County along the shoreline to the north. If you're inland, you're not going to experience as strong of winds as you are closer to the shoreline. That has a lot to do with the lack of friction. Once you get that land involved, it actually just slows those winds down. But undisturbed towards the coastline, that is where you're going to see those strong winds. So let's look at Ian right now. It's a tropical storm, a strong tropical storm, but it is expected to intensify into a hurricane as it moves to the north. The southern end of it doesn't really look like much. That's because it's got some dry air that's pooling in behind it, and that was also a part of the forecast as we went on into yesterday. But now we're seeing that system turn to the north, leaving behind the strong winds. It will likely intensify to a Category 1 storm, 75-mile-per-hour winds, and then through this evening and into tonight, make landfall early Friday morning, possibly right near Charleston. So if you have family in Charleston, or maybe you visit Charleston, they're definitely going to be seeing the brunt of the system. It may not be as strong as when it made landfall in Southwest Florida, but it's still a hurricane that's going to bring in strong storm surge up to 6 feet minimum there. So that's going to lead to some issues along the shoreline there in South Carolina, even down to the south over Georgia and northeastern Florida, where we are looking at those strong winds and the storm surge. And here is a view right now. This is a camera in St. Augustine that shows you that water that has pushed onshore from that storm surge. We've got strong winds of 60+ mile-per-hour winds that are moving onshore, and that's leading to the water that's gone over the streets. So this is an area that has experienced some flooding. The infrastructure there in St. Augustine, obviously it's a very old city, and a common issue when you have major flood events. Of course, this is a historical flood event, and you have factor in about 15+ inches of rain there in St. Augustine and a storm surge, and you'll get results like that. So hopefully they're able to clear things out once the system moves away. Now, the storm surge is expected to be as high as 6 to 9 feet, going up to Savannah and Jacksonville, and possibly as far south as Volusia County. I think down to Flagler County will be as far south as we'll see those wind, or at least those storm surge, and then farther to the south, things will clear up there. But our top wind gusts that we've experienced through the storm, we had 86-mile-per-hour winds recorded in New Smyrna Beach, 81-mile-per-hour winds at Daytona, and Orlando topping out at 67 miles per hour. Not expected to see any more of these type of winds, or at least of that magnitude, but we certainly are seeing those gusty winds through the rest of today. The 7-day forecast, let's get some good news in here. We've got things that will be calming down, and hopefully we're looking at some quieter weather heading on into the weekend. It definitely is going to be drier with those temperatures back in the 80s, and a break from all the rain for all of Central Florida and Florida in general to dry out.
All right, Ian, thank you. And even though Hurricane Ian is now at tropical storm strength, its impacts are far from over.
Yeah, the northeastern coast of Florida is still getting hit by a lot of rain and wind, even though the storm has now moved offshore. We want to get out to Fox 35's Rebecca Castor. She is live up in Atlantic Beach, which is right near Jacksonville. So, Rebecca, show us what you're seeing out there.
Well, Luann, Ray, we're still seeing some pretty severe impacts here from Tropical Storm Ian, even though, like you said, it is back in the water. But take a look at what it's doing to Florida's east coast. The waves out there still really angry. We have seen the storm surge subside somewhat through this afternoon. Earlier today, it was coming up closer to those sand dunes, and so we are seeing it subside somewhat right now. But we're still feeling those tropical storm force winds. I'm sure you guys can hear it through my microphone. But if you take a look at those palm trees, that can give you a pretty good visual of the wind that we're facing out here. We've been bracing all day for winds that have been going over 70 miles per hour. Now, of course, the beaches on this side of the state are closed today. We have seen a few onlookers come out and take a look at the waves, but no surfers, and people are really heeding the warnings from officials here to stay away from the beaches, and they are sheltering in place for the most part. Jacksonville did open 4 shelters throughout the area for people that live in areas that are prone to flooding, and we know people took advantage of that. So we are expecting conditions to simmer a little bit in the evening as Ian makes its way further away from Florida. But right now we're still feeling pretty strong winds and just some light rain. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Rebecca Castor reporting for us live in the northeastern part of the state. And in another round of...
And thank you not only to Rebecca, who also had just talked with us, talking with the Fox 35 team, but also thank you to our Fox 35 team in Orlando. They have been giving us some great coverage, a new video, and of course, all their reporters sharing all the latest updates with us here. Let's go ahead and send our viewers off to a 2-minute break. We'll continue to keep you posted on the very latest when it comes to Ian as it continues to track towards the Carolinas. More to come right here in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Boy, we've been giving you so many different looks of Ian as it has been making its way into the Gulf Coast, across Florida, and now up along the East Coast. It is going to be exiting Florida, going back into the ocean before then making landfall in South Carolina. That's expected to take place tomorrow. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest track here, especially since it has been downgraded into a tropical storm, but now it will also gather a bit more more strength before hitting South Carolina and coming back, returning to landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. Of course, a lot of damage and destruction has already been talked about here, especially as we do have now officials as well as some homeowners starting to get back to some of those locations where they had been evacuated from. Let's take a look at some of this video coming to us from Lee County Sheriff's Department. They had their drones up in the air giving us a look at where the hurricane had first made impact. So this right here, for our viewers to know about, Lee County, that includes that Fort Myers area, Cape Coral, Sanibel Island, Captiva Island. So that area that really had seen that storm starting to come through. So this again was just taking a look at just some of that damage that they had, especially as now homeowners are going to try to start to go back to areas. You see this, that water that had come up and now it's gone. It's leaving behind piles of sand, and that's not going to be easy to move out of the way, nor is all of the debris that's mixed within it. You can see buildings ripped apart, as well as roadways that are just not going to be able to be gotten through. And then also I want to make a note of here, I'm glad that they got video of the bridge that goes out to some of those islands. You can see here just how much destruction there is. So some of those people who are on some of those islands, if they weren't able to get off, they're going to be stranded there until they're able to be rescued because of all of this damage and destruction to those roadways that were going back and forth between the pair. So let's go ahead. I want to give you the very latest update from our Lee County officials. They were just speaking moments ago. Let's go ahead and give you their assessment and their latest press conference on how they're going to be recovering, as well as possibly rescuing more people.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today. We'd like to provide an update on response and recovery efforts to this latest storm, Hurricane Ian. Lee County and all of its partner agencies are actively engaged in damage assessment today, along with search and rescue operations. Earlier today, the sheriff provided helicopters for us to fly in and around Lee County to do our very first aerial assessment to try and get a handle on the magnitude of the damage for Lee County. And I can tell you that in all these years, I've not seen damage to Lee County from a storm like this. When you take a look at the barrier islands, particularly from the air, it's very clear to see where the storm came on shore and then just churned with 140-mile-an-hour winds over the islands for some period of time. Probably the greatest amount of damage and decimation is at Fort Myers Beach. There's extensive damage to the buildings on Sanibel, and the Pine Island. The bridges to Pine Island have all failed. So right now you cannot get to Pine Island by vehicle. Likewise, there are 5 structural failures on the Sanibel Causeway. There are 5 sections of roadway that have just fallen away. We are working with those cities to make sure that we're getting proper resources to the islands. The sheriff will talk with you in just a moment about some of his rescue efforts that are underway. So as the day progresses, we have more and more resources coming to Fort Myers that include, the sheriff's office, of course, has been active since before the wind quit blowing. And we are working with the urban search and rescue teams from Florida, including fire, law enforcement, and EMS personnel. That all began before daylight. And the federal urban search and rescue teams from across the country have been deployed as well, and we anticipate they will be in Lee County sometime today and into the early hours tomorrow, and they are prepared to go to work right away. It's important to remember that Lee County government, along with the sheriff's office, executed a curfew, countywide curfew last night at 6 p.m. That curfew applies to not just unincorporated Lee County, but to all of the cities as well. It started at 6 o'clock last night, and it is in effect until it is changed by local government. All 15 shelters in Lee County remain open. As of yesterday, late in the day, there were only still about 4,000 people in those shelters. Given the amount of damage in the community, I think it's reasonable to expect that those shelters will begin to fill up a little more. We have space for about 40,000 people. So if you need sheltering and you can't make your way out of town to more comfortable accommodations, then you can come to these shelters. The emergency management operation, along with other partners, are working to increase water, ice, and food supplies in Lee County. So over the next several days, you'll see more and more of semi-tractor trailers loaded with water and ice and food showing up in Lee County, and we will publicize to the best of our ability so that everyone will know where they can pick up water and those supplies. Infrastructure continues to be assessed. We know that the utility systems countywide, potable water and water treatment systems, have failed. We are searching for the source of those failures today, and I would hope that we would have those resolved over the next day or so. But in the meantime, there's a boil water order countywide. Bridge inspections are across the county are underway as we speak. We're receiving help from the Florida Department of Transportation bridge engineers along with our own engineers, and we hope to have all the bridges inspected, by sometime tomorrow. In the meantime, avoid them if you can. We cannot guarantee safety on all of them, and when you think about the failures that have taken place on the Sanibel Causeway and the bridges on the way to Pine Island, I would never have thought that those bridges would fail the way they have. So exercise an awful lot of caution. We are assessing more than 400 traffic signals in Lee County. Some of them at the intersections remain in place. Some of them even have electricity, but we have to inspect every one. Just about all of them require repair, and many are just simply missing. They were by the storm. They were torn from their places where they're attached in the intersections, and they're just gone. So over the next week or so, we'll be rebuilding and fixing all of those traffic signals. Lee County has a debris removal contractor. Some of you may recall after Hurricane Irma 5 years ago, there was hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of vegetative debris on the ground in Lee County. But it doesn't appear to be as much this time, but we have a contractor in place who is in town today assessing the amount of debris that's going to have to be removed, and over the next day or so you'll be seeing that contractor with very large tractor trailers picking up debris all over the county to make sure that the roadways continue to remain open. Our Department of Natural Resources and our Department of Transportation are continue to monitor the flooded areas and assessing infrastructures that assist with drainage of roadways and low-lying areas. You all probably know by now that we had a very significant storm surge. In some areas of the county, we saw about 10 feet of water come on shore. Some of those areas remain flooded, but most of that water is now receding. But we'll still see low-lying areas where it's going to take some time for that water to drain, and we will we'll be working in all those areas to facilitate that drainage of that water. Please do not bring your yard waste from the storms to the solid waste facilities right now. Take it to the curb, and we can pick it up there. Collection of trash, recycling, and yard waste is suspended today and Friday. And so we're asking you not to place those materials at the curbside just yet. Wait for those announcements through local media and social media and some of the other platforms that we will use to tell you when we'll start picking up solid waste again. Except the next bullet point says The solid waste garbage collection will resume Monday, October 3rd. So that decision's been made, and that was new for me. Last but not least, county is working with United Way and the collaboratory to provide people a way to make donations of cash and to help those in our community who have been impacted. Once details are worked out, we will post them on our website and Facebook page. So please stay tuned. We have a lot of local residents who have lost their homes. Yesterday, during one of our press conferences, I mentioned that it's just heartbreaking to see the amount of damage that's taken place in Lee County. Today, I got a really good look at it from the air, and the sheriff can speak to this because he has some firsthand knowledge of some of the devastation out there. Our community really looks like some of the disasters we see periodically throughout the year that have taken place in other parts of the country, whether it's the wildfires or floods or tornadoes. Our community looks like it's been hit by a very large tornado. So you have a lot of neighbors who are going to be in need of resources. Be patient, be kind, and if you're able to donate, please do. It's going to take a while for us to recover, but we are well organized, and I think situated as well as any county in the state of Florida might be. So please stay tuned, and you'll see in the coming days an awful lot of activity that will begin to help us get back to normal. Sheriff?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeJarle. Thanks for being here today. Obviously, we've been hit very hard. This morning I got up in the helicopter. I know the county managers, the county commissioners, we got up there and we got to see the eye in the sky and really get to see what this county looks like. And I can tell you from the heart, there are no words that can describe what we got to see. As you see some of the Barry Islands, they got hit very hard. But when you look at Fort Myers Beach in particular, there's no words to describe it. It does look like a large tornado did go through it. Homes that would stand tall, buildings are completely gone. When you look at the Bayside, which obviously was washed into the Gulf and back and forth, you have vehicles that are submerged, barely showing. Again, we haven't been able to get to that vehicle or those vehicles or those boats that are upside down inside the bay. This is a long-term commitment that we have here. Last night, special operations units and patrol deputies were out. We were all out in full force, and we're going to gain access to the people that called 911 in priority to make certain that we help everybody as quick as possible. I know that dozens, firsthand dozens of rescues were made in waist-high water where my family members and other responders were able to access people in need and safely get them out of their house and rescue. When we look at the storm, before the storm, during the storm, and after the storm, those three parts, now that the storm has passed us, what we ask, if you don't have to be out, don't be out. There's a reason for that. Although there's no more storm and it looks like the sun is shining, there are so many challenges and there are things that could truly hurt you. In the water, there could be electricity, there can be downed power lines. We don't want you to be out and get hurt. And we also want you to stay clear so we can properly get out there and assess what we have. For those of you that are absolutely heartbroken over what you've lost, my heart goes out to you and your families. We're in this together. If you're worried about welfare checks and your loved ones, I know when you call our local hotline number, unfortunately, you get sometimes disconnected. There's such an influx of calls coming in. Just be patient and keep calling. We're going to get to you. We are going to help you. Teams are out there firsthand right now doing exactly what we need to do, and that is get out there and make things happen. Prioritizing calls. Okay, we had a couple thousand plus calls that we're holding. And what did we do? The second we could, we were out there answering those calls immediately with teams, both from the local, state, and federal side. Governor DeSantis has been a blessing. He has truly been in touch with us completely. I mean, I can't tell you numerous times every single day the First Ladies contact me to say, look, these are the assets that are coming to you. My fellow brothers and sisters in the Florida Sheriff's Association, sheriffs from North Florida, This state is great for a reason, and that is because this whole team comes together and we make things happen. And we're always going to protect and serve the great citizens of this county and this state. I also want to tell you that when you come to an intersection, we have down power lines. We're out of electricity. It's difficult to communicate. Please, please stop and take an extra minute to be certain when you cross an intersection that you don't just assume you got the right of way. Things are very difficult. There's major intersections that don't have any lights. There may be a stop sign on the pavement, but you got to stop and really pay attention if you are going to be out. Again, don't go out unless you really have to. Understand that we are in full force. There's the search, there's the rescue, and the recovery. And we are rescuing as we speak. I'm getting briefed continuously. My family members are out there working with everyone you see here. This county has come together. We are going to work together. Don't panic. We're coming to help. Help is on the way, and we are going to be there for you. This county at every level knows exactly what we need to do, and we're going to make it happen. And lastly, the message is going to be very clear when we talked about a curfew. It's our responsibility and our duty to protect those that cannot protect themselves right now, when you have homes that cannot be secured, when you have businesses that if they're not washed away, they can't be secured. So from a law enforcement perspective, anyone or any persons that think they're going to loot or do anything like that, I can tell you with certainty, we have deployed hundreds of deputies strategically along this county everywhere you look. We have the latest and greatest technology at the Real-Time Intelligence Center. Don't do it in this county. Don't make that mistake, because one thing we do have is vacancy at the jail. And I guarantee you, if you try to prey on one of our great residents, you will find yourself in that jail. Right now, let's all be kind to each other, and let's all help each other. Help your neighbors and help people and be kind. Let's get through this together, and we will get back on our feet. I am more than confident, and I appreciate you very much. County Manager, you want to take some questions?
Well, I'd like to introduce County Commissioner Brian Hammond, County Commissioner Ray Sandelli, and County Commissioner Mike Greenwell. Commissioner, did you have some comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, just briefly.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Thank you, Sheriff Marcino, and I apologize for the appearance. I was out like many of you this morning picking up debris, picking up what was left of my roof and many other people's roof. I got to tell you, my heart is with all of you. I am so confident in the team that we have assembled here with the Sheriff's Office and the federal and state partners who are coming to help us with our county manager and the team that we have here working for you in the Emergency Operations Center. Trust me, we know and we see and we feel every bit about as bad as it is out there. We see how bad it is out there. I got a chance to drive through my district on my way from North Cape Coral into the Emergency Operations Center today. I can tell you the mobile home villages did not fare very well. There is metal everywhere wrapped all over the trees. I saw shopping center Merchants Crossing where the fabric store, the front of it just completely came off. I would say the biggest thing that I want you to remember if you're going to leave your house, and really we don't want you to leave your house right now, but is treat every intersection like a four-way stop sign. That is probably the most dangerous thing that I encountered right now is just driving. And so it is not a safe time to drive, so really don't do it if you don't have to. And we are here for you, and we are going to rebuild. Absolutely. Commissioner Sandelli?
Thank you for being here, and I just want to reiterate two things. I did the same thing that many of us did this morning. I was up early, wanted to visit some of my constituents and see things as they unfolded. We come to work every day motivated to get things done, but patience right now is really key. Be thoughtful, be courteous. That second that you're going to try to go through an intersection stuff could be more costly than some of the other things that are happening. So please be patient, be kind, and if you see somebody that needs some help, that's what makes us the community that we are. And we are, as the sheriff always says, we're a family. Let's keep it that way. Thanks.
I think the same thing. I think we all need to have patience. I know driving over here, everybody was pretty courteous, using every stop, major intersection as a four-way stop. This is the time to come together as a community. We have a wonderful sheriff out there doing everything they can, city manager, we're truly a family here, and it's time to be county strong. Let's get strong and work together and help our neighbors, and we're going to get through this, so let's make sure we have patience and we're taking care of our neighbors. Thank you.
All right, thanks again to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox, hearing from multiple counties about what is still to come here in these next 24 hours and into the weekend as well. You can see by some of the damage we've been showing you, especially from that press conference, Lee County, they got hit so hard on areas like Captiva Island, Fort Myers. You heard them speaking about how they're going to have yet more rescues to be doing here today and into the weekend as well. So a lot of warnings still to be given to all of the residents who are there and being impacted by Ian, and even those who are still in the path of Ian. It's still making its way towards the Carolinas. As we know, it is supposed to re-strengthen as it heads back up along our east coast. Live now from Fox, we'll step away for a brief break. We'll bring you out to our Fox 13 news coverage after we return here in just a moment with more on Ian as it continues to leave behind damage. The death toll still rising. We'll give you those updates here after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at some drone video. We have our drone up over Punta Gorda right now in Florida. This is exactly the same area that Governor Ron DeSantis had just given his briefing with his Florida officials. We know that FEMA's working with all the state officials as they now try to do a lot of cleanup and recovery. But this drone video, a little deceiving compared to what some other areas across Florida are still seeing here with this tail of Ian. So while we are giving you these live pictures, let's go ahead and just take a live look also at what St. Augustine is seeing here at this time. This is similar to what we just had with Rebecca Castor. She had joined us here on Live Now from Fox from Atlantic Beach, which is near Jacksonville. They're still getting a lot of strong wind gusts. She was even saying up to 70 miles per hour. They're still getting rain that's coming down. And look at the ocean right now, because it is still having white caps, massive waves still coming and crashing through here. Once in a while, we'll see officials come and stop on this road here, take a look, assess things, make sure no one's out and about here in this area. But it is definitely a tale of what's still happening here in the Florida area. They're still getting some remains of this storm from Ian here. So it's not out of the woods yet for residents in Florida. And as we mentioned, for those who are in areas like here where they are getting a look at some of that damage, we know that flooding's a huge concern. Already here this morning, we saw our choppers up in the air, even with some of the National Guard trying to get through some of that water. You saw 7 people pushing that vehicle through the water. So it is definitely something that they're advising residents. If you don't have to come back to look at the damage, stay away for a few days, especially if you're in one of those areas that really has seen a lot of damage and destruction. Our teams are continuing to give us coverage and giving us different looks around these areas and who was impacted with what kind of damage. So we're going to go back out to our Fox 13 team. They're just they had just begun their 4 p.m. newscast. I want to bring it from the top here for our viewers, especially since they've been giving us a lot of different looks. Let's go ahead and bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
And Ian's rains are causing problems still. The severe flooding Central Florida is now facing. And what about the power outages in our area? Crews are on the job fixing lines. All next at 4.
Are you in a family dispute? Go to judgejudy.com. Like us on Facebook and follow.
Range for you, assuming after Hurricane Ian hammered southwest Florida. The governor described the storm as a 500-year flooding event as the storm flooded communities all across the state, forcing some to climb on top of the roofs. 911 centers received thousands of calls for help. And one of the hardest hit areas was Fort Myers, where the storm collapsed homes and buildings, leaving a real debris field behind. Boats were tossed around and pushed onto shore, with some now left on city streets.
Look at this. This is one of the big visuals coming out today. The wind and storm surge so intense that it took out a section of the only bridge to Sanibel Island, which is just about where Ian made landfall. And look at this road here. This is a toll road leading to the island. Hardly any asphalt left. And officials say there may be thousands of people on Sanibel who didn't evacuate, who are now stranded, possibly thousands. Now, this mobile home park in Charlotte County was destroyed by Ian's winds and storm surge. Block after block just tumbled in a jumble there. It's unclear if anyone was hurt. Hopefully everyone got out of there before the storm hit. Communication in this area is a problem now. Cell phone towers are down, phones are down. Satellite phones are the only way people can communicate in that area.
And look at this. The hurricane ripped off part of the roof at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. Caused a lot of damage inside as well. The ceiling tiles caved in over the ticketing area. A lot of water got inside. Several emergency personnel were staged there throughout the storm. Thankfully, they were not hurt. Despite the damage, the airport is planning to be up and running again by tomorrow or early Saturday at the latest. Governor DeSantis says crews will be working around the clock to help Floridians. The governor took a trip down to the hard-hit area of Charlotte County, and he's advising those who evacuated not to rush home as crews work to clear the roads and restore power. The Coast Guard also made dozens of rescues overnight.
From the wee hours of the morning, there have been people that have descended on Southwest Florida to be able to offer assistance. And so we've seen a number of efforts on the barrier islands to bring people to safety.
And there are more than 40,000 linemen responding to the more than 2 million reported power outages across the state.
Now, along with all the water damage inland, there's also fire damage in Wauchula. Look at this video. This blaze last night left 16 families homeless today. A utility pole snapped in the high wind and it fell into the apartment building. And today the ruins are still smoldering. This is at the Valencia Gardens apartment complex. It happened around 10 p.m. last night. The utility pole smashed through the window of one of the units there, sparking the fire, which, as you saw, led to the entire building burning to the ground.
I got out of there with just about what I have on right here. Everything else is in the house, lost everything, and so is everybody else. They got all their pets and stuff out, so we safe, but all our belongings and memories are up in smoke.
Yeah, really sad for those people there, thinking they've dodged the worst of the storm, and the wind takes out their apartment building through a fire. Everyone did get out safely. That's the good news, but all of them are now looking for a place to live and clothes and other necessities.
Sarasota County is cleaning up after the hurricane, and while there is damage, downtown Sarasota was spared from flooding, something people were a little worried about 24 hours ago. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon joins us live from a mobile home park just north of Venice this evening. What's it like there, Kim?
Well, Linda, this is Spanish Lakes, and we're in Nokomis, just a few miles away from Venice. And I'll show you what we've been seeing all day long. These mobile homes, just standing up to the winds, were not an option in these cases. You can see the metal just peeled right off of these homes. In some cases, some of the rooms have collapsed on these mobile homes. This is a scene that we have seen all the way from Nokomis here all the way down into Venice. But I want to show you some video from downtown Venice. This is off of Tampa Avenue. These are businesses there as well that are long-established businesses that had their roofs ripped off as well. One of them is Barclays Pharmacy. The rainwater was going inside. We could see in there early this morning around 4 a.m. Some images that you're not seeing right now that you will later on today. Venice Theater as well, completely destroyed on the outside. Just very sad things that we have seen all day long. Of course, it could have been much worse compared to Fort Myers. People are saying that they are still lucky to have their lives. And I want to go ahead and give you some sound to hear about how people are now trying to help and just what they saw this morning when they first went out.
Like looking at a war zone this morning. It's scary. I've never seen my town, because I grew up here, look this. I don't know how people are going to rebuild. I'm worried for everybody.
Well, I'm up and early, ready to help clean up. I've seen a lot of trees down, and there's going to be a lot of damage inwards.
We're just ready to go once we knew that we could get out there and do what we need to do. So, yes, I'm very proud of the crew that's working here, and everybody in Venice is really chipping in so far to get things going. Just really, we need our community to be safe. You know, be safe. If you need help, call us.
And one of the things that kind of surprised my photographer, Travis, and I, early this morning, 4 a.m., we already saw crews with Venice Police Department going out, helping with down lines, assessing damage. And now some of the images that you're seeing right here are from Country Club Estates. It's another mobile home park in Venice. At the time, the winds were still howling, and we did not want to get out of the car, so we took these images with our cell phones. Now, unfortunately, after Ian blew through, the mobile home park there experienced a fire as well. So on top of those winds, they also had a fire. But you can just see, again, the metal that is in the lakes. The metal is everywhere. And as you heard there from Venice Police Chief Charlie Thorpe, that's part of the reason we see a lot of cars, a lot of people going out. We know that there's still not a lot of power, but that's why they're asking people to kind of stay away from some of these areas where you don't need to go. They're concerned that some of these pieces of metal could hurt someone. There are still down lines that the power operators still have not gotten to. And something that I do want to say, gotten a lot of emails from people in Venice, Nokomis, talking about cell phone service. A lot of people saying that they have not been able to get in touch with their relatives. Got to tell you right now, if you have Verizon, you're basically out of luck. Have two cell phones with Verizon on it. We've only been able to use a T-Mobile phone, which is Travis's phone, to get IFB, to call people, to get updates. We did see that down tower as well, so hopefully crews will be out there working to fix it. But City of Venice also gave out some good news. They said as of yet they have not had any reported injuries from the storm. Of course, there is loss of homes, especially with the mobile homes, but they say as of now they have not had any reports of anyone being harmed. Linda, Chris, back to you.
Wow, Kim, you know, that's the best news I've heard all day. No injuries where you're at. I love that. Also love to see neighbors eager to help their neighbors. A little bit of positiveness. Thank you.
Well, let's get back now to what is just about ground zero for this very powerful Category 4 hurricane. The Fort Myers area, destruction there is just absolutely devastating. In fact, the sheriff says he believes there's going to be a loss of life, possibly in the hundreds, when everyone is accounted for, because people did stay behind. The damage is far and wide in Lee County, and to say it's catastrophic is not hyperbole for sure. The reality is that the hurricane took anything that wasn't bolted down and some things that were and just carried it off. And you can look at a marina we saw earlier. These are streets here where there's massive damage to buildings in downtown Fort Myers. There is debris everywhere. Thousands of trees down. Debris in all of the roads there pretty much. Power lines down. In fact, Florida Power and Light said that basically Lee County and Charlotte County are off the grid, and that entire systems will have to be rebuilt for them to have power again. It's not just a matter of putting some lines back together. They're going to have to recreate the infrastructure there. They're under a curfew in Lee County until 6 p.m., starting at 6 p.m., I should say. They don't want people out on the street or trying to do anything. There's also a boil water notice in effect because of the contamination. And we've seen that there are a few neighborhoods there that even today are still underwater. And some folks, many folks, lost everything.
What's everybody going to do? How is anybody going to recover from this? I mean, I don't have the money to go anywhere.
When I saw this thing over a week ago, it was following Charlie's track from 2004. Those of us who went through that remember it vividly. And I kept saying, it's Charlie, it's Charlie, it's Charlie. And sooner or later, people started like, wait a minute, this is following Charlie's track. So we were as prepared as we could be.
And it turned out to be worse than Charlie. Here's this video from a hotel just before you get to the Sanibel Bridge. You can see the water coming up to almost the second floor. Storm surge, it's going to be curious to see what the official storm surge there was. And all of the workers' cars that were in that parking lot were just swept away, many of them smashing into things. Again, the sheriff of Lee County said earlier today that he expects the loss of life to be in the hundreds when it's all said and done. His words, Hurricane Ian crushed us.
That's really the worst part of this, too, thinking about the lives.
As the storm moved inland, last night was also rough for people who were listening in the dark to the wind roaring outside, wondering what was going on. This is the Peace River Village in southwestern Polk County. It's right next to the Peace River, which was already at flood stage before the storm started. And so just what people expected happened. They woke up this morning and their neighborhood was flooded, streets underwater. Some homes had roofs torn off. Trees also just toppled over, their roots pulled out of the ground, which was already saturated. As all this was going on in the dark again, Jessica Safalou was huddled in her mom's mobile home, one of the last places you want to be, praying for this to pass.
The whole house is shaking. The windows are rattling. The rain's coming in on me. The wind is coming in on me. The animals are freaking.
And rightfully so, but they're okay there. No injuries reported in the Peace River Village. That's the good news there. Power companies are trying to restore electricity for tens of thousands of people in Polk County, and it may take a while. Emergency managers are asking people to have patience, and if you're using a generator, be safe with it. Boy, it was such a long haul for so many people yesterday. Just the storm took forever, it seemed like, to make landfall and then cross the state, and as it did, it left more damage.
Yeah, so let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado for the latest on Ian, and I don't know that Ian is finished, is it, Paul?
Yeah, it really isn't. You know, you think about it, whenever you go across the state and you try to do it at 8 miles an hour, it's going to take a long time. It's still on the map, and unfortunately, it's producing kind of like some storm surge on the East Coast and some flooding with strong northeast winds. It's heading up to the Carolinas, probably making landfall up in Myrtle Beach as a Category 1 hurricane. Let's look back on the track, and we'll go back in time. This is Friday at 4 o'clock. That strong tropical wave became a tropical storm. Took a while to get going in the northwestern Caribbean Sea. This is the point the forecast get a little bit tricky, kind of waiting for a trough and how that would interact with high pressure east of us and then across Cuba. Once it passed Cuba, it really got going, and then it kind of locked in on a track just south of Tampa Bay, making landfall on the northern tip of Captiva. And people that are making the Charlie kind of reference, I mean, there's Charlie's track on top of Ian's track, and they really are pretty similar. Wind speed gust around Tampa Bay, about 75 to 85 on average, less north, more south. Peak winds, Cape Coral 140, Punta Gorda 124, Venice 104, and of course the rainfall really was a story. We look at the rainfall numbers, and this is incredible. Big swath of between 1, in some cases near 2 feet of rain, and that went all the way up to Orlando, and now some trouble setting up for the Carolinas. We'll talk about that. We'll look way out in the Atlantic. Anything else coming our way? We'll discuss that in about 10 minutes. Back to you.
Paul, thank you. Good news for drivers who use the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. It is back open. Troopers reopened it to traffic earlier this afternoon after winds dropped to 30 miles per hour. However, they are asking drivers to use caution because there's still debris along the highway shoulders.
Well, coming up here at 4, millions of people are still without power across Florida. We'll look at why this hurricane is proving to be extra challenging for the crews that are trying to get that electricity back on.
And thank you to our Fox 13 team as they continue to keep us up to date on everything surrounding Ian after it came and hit Florida at a Category 4 hurricane. Let's go ahead, send our viewers out to a 2-minute break. We'll continue giving you more coverage. We have reporters who are out there down in multiple different locations all across the state, giving us some different looks at the damage and destruction left behind. We'll be showing it to you right here after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Damage and destruction and, yes, even loss of life all being reported here with Hurricane Ian. It is expected now, as it is a tropical storm, to move back into a hurricane status. So it's going to re-strengthen ahead of its landfall in South Carolina. So that is something that is going to be watched for these next 24 to 48 hours very closely by all of our meteorologists as well as experts when it comes to this hurricane. Lee County, Florida, well, they had multiple people talk about just some of the damage and destruction that they had seen. I'm playing out now some video from Lee County sheriffs as they were able to fly up above areas like Captiva Island as well as some other areas, Fort Myers. You can just see all of the damage and destruction from the hurricane landing right here in this area at a Category 4. Some of these areas even look wiped out completely, whereas other buildings have roofing as well as other items just ripped off of the buildings. And then you think about the roadways that are going out to some of those islands, like I mentioned, like Captiva Island. That is an area where roadways are completely washed out. We just heard our Fox 13 team speaking about this here a little bit ago, as now that means there's still hundreds, if not thousands, of people on some of those islands who did not evacuate, who are possibly going to need some rescuing. Water rescues underway for multiple areas all across Florida. Let's go ahead and get back into some of our coverage, as we do have our Fox 35 team speaking with Austin Westfall. He's giving us some details on some of those rescues underway.
Areas here, nobody's parked. Everything's empty. You know, we see the odd car come through every now and then, but I'm not exactly sure where they're going. And they're not going to any of these businesses. If you drive around, there's plenty of fast food joints that are closed, some of them even damaged here in the Venice area. For the most part, though, it appears most businesses are shut down.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Do appreciate your time today. And again, Ray, it's beautiful there. That's what comes after the storm. That's what we're going to see.
And he was just
west.
He was just west of Northport.
Yeah, and it's also interesting. So people are out there driving right now, and there's no idea how long it's going to take for gas and fuel supplies to get back down there. So they're burning through fuel right now just to take a look around when you might need it later. All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Ian Cassett joins us now.
Ian, we are seeing more and more cases of roads washing out in our area.
We are. We're seeing those because we had so much water that's still feeding into the creeks and streams. Those run through the roads, and then that creates the erosion, and hence you have the impassable roads, which we were talking about with the storm. That always looked like it was going to be a case that for us here in Central Florida, the flooding would be one of the most common issues, and it was, as we saw rain totals that we haven't seen in many, many years. Some have never seen this much rain over a span of a few days. Now, with that, we also have still tropical storm force winds over our area. We are looking at a storm that's offshore, but pulling those winds around, with tropical storm warnings running over northeastern Florida and stretching down to the south, where it's covering anywhere from Osceola County to Brevard County. And we are going to continue to see those tropical storm conditions here for the rest of today, even possible hurricane gusts, hurricane force winds along the coastline where the system is pooling around. And it's going to be continuing to move away from us slowly, and then we'll gradually see things improve as we go on into tomorrow. We'll finally see some of that sunshine and our weather will improve. But let's talk about the update. Tropical Storm Ian right now with 70-mile-per-hour winds moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. It's been jogging since it made landfall. It's been a slow mover. That was going to be part of its legacy as well, how much rain it dumped and the winds that it brought out. But notice the south end of the system on satellite isn't looking impressive at all because it's pooling some of that drier air around it and into the system, which is allowing us to dry out here. But on the north end of it, it's bringing plenty of rain. So a closer view where we do have those warnings in place, that stretches to the north. It's going to be a Category 1 storm by this evening in all likelihood as it intensifies. Remember, you got the Gulf Stream that runs right along our eastern coast, and that allows it to fuel a little bit more before it's going to make landfall, likely tomorrow morning or at least midday somewhere along the coastline close to Charleston in South Carolina, and bring winds and storm surge there with flooding as well. Closer to home here, St. Augustine. This is what it looks like right now. It actually has improved, and Brooks and I were talking about this, that the winds have shifted a little bit, probably a little bit more of a northerly wind, so that's helping to keep the storm surge not as bad, kind of parallel to the coast instead of running onto the coastline, which is when you have the worst of the storm surge. So it's definitely extremely windy, but the winds have turned more to the north now, and those winds are gusting upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Palm Coast, down in Flagler County, 63-mile-per-hour wind gusts recorded, 48-mile-per-hour winds in Daytona Beach, and inland we're looking at 30 to 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The storm is offshore, and it's going to venture to the northeast away from us, but it's slow, remember? So that's going to allow those winds to continue close to the coastline, where we're going to see 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts through the rest of this evening, where inland we'll still see those tropical storm-force winds. As we go on into tonight, still those winds expected to be along the coastline by the late evening hours. This is 10 o'clock. Then midnight, we are looking at 20 to 30 mile-per-hour gusts. A little bit more reasonable, less of tropical storm force winds, but the coastline all the way down to Brevard County, you're going to continue to see these winds, and that's going to lead to possibly more power outages. So if you've had your power, if you've been holding on to it, there's no guarantee that you're going to keep it when you still have tropical storm to even potentially hurricane force winds through the rest of this evening. Eventually, we will all get to calm down into the overnight hours, and your Friday is looking considerably better. We are looking at a much better forecast for tomorrow, and those winds that we've experienced here, they've been high, and that's why we had so many power outages over our area. And I'm going to show you a map of where we stand now, which I have good news about the power outages. We are improving in some spots, but New Smyrna Beach, we had 86 mile-per-hour wind gusts, 81 mile-per-hour wind gusts in Daytona Beach, and 67 mile-per-hour wind gusts recorded in Orlando. Those are the top gusts so far. The future radar, the rain, we're probably going to start to see things dry out. Already Orange County to the south, you're going to see mostly dry conditions. Marion County, Alachua County should be dry here. The rain will only continue over the coastline from Brevard County to the northern parts of Brevard County out to Cape Canaveral, still experiencing that rain. We have the potential for more flooding there as we get a few more inches of rain. We're going to continue to see flooding in Volusia County because of how much rain we picked up, but most of the rain will be exiting, and into tomorrow morning, here we go, things are better, and we're looking at much improved conditions as the storm moves to the north and likely makes landfall in South Carolina. But the issue is we've gotten so much rain that a number of our rivers and creeks and streams have too much water in it. The Okaivo River is experiencing major flooding and isn't expected to subside until tomorrow. So if you live along that river, you're going to experience likely that flooding for a little bit longer. And those winds will remain pretty strong here for the rest of today. So winds and flooding, very commonplace over our area with those strong winds along the shoreline. But let me look at some good news. Let's go to our other source so you can see those power outage numbers where we are looking at improved conditions. Earlier we were I think we were up to about 220,000, I think was the highest number I saw with Orange County. I might be wrong there, but it's down to 52,000 for those without power in Orange County. So we're starting to see at least good numbers there. However, if we go to Volusia County, where we've experienced a lot of rain, I mean, we're talking about upwards of 15 to 20 inches of rain, there are still 170,000 without power. To the north in Flagler, 40,000 without power. And down in Polk County, we have 100,000 without power. So we are looking at that. We're going to continue to see the power outages probably through tomorrow. The rain is still on the radar. We have showers that are ongoing. We have aerial flood warnings because of the flooding that we saw yesterday continuing to today. Those river levels do remain high. And
thank you, Fox 35. Speaking about just some of those weather conditions they're still dealing with on the East Coast. You can see here from St. Augustine, he was mentioning them before. They have a strong storm surge, and they're continuing to see some of that weather impacting them. I want to tune back into our Fox 13 team in Tampa. They're talking about water rescues, speaking with just some of those viewers who had to be rescued. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
But it's also among the hardest hit by Hurricane Ian. In Northport, Lloyd Sowers, Fox 13 News.
Lloyd, thank you. Strong winds from the hurricane also left a mark in southern Hillsborough County last night. In Brandon, the residents say that the wind really started picking up in the evening, and it lasted through the early morning. You see that tree there, big oak tree, just pulled up from the roots. Many people were left without power and woke up to see trees blocking their yards and roadways.
We were going to move our refrigerated items out today, go and visit my 96-year-old father, make sure he's okay, and this is what's blocking behind us, so we can't get out of our road.
Yeah, it is going to be chainsaw central in so many communities for the next few days. A similar situation in Ruskin, where there was a lot of damage from the wind, and as you see there, a lot of traffic lights still out, so those have to be treated as a four-way stop.
Well, here's a look at some of the damage in Lakeland. All that wind and rain yanked trees right out of the ground, and many took down power lines with them. Ron and Stephanie Pence sent us these photos from Galloway Road in the Kathleen area. Also in Lakeland, wind ripped the roof off a 7-Eleven gas station on Pipkin Road and South Florida Avenue. You can see the exposed metal beams and parts of the roof scattered across the gas station parking lot. And in other parts of the city, traffic signals were dangling from wires. Utility crews were working hard to get everything fixed. Neighbors say last night was intense and that the winds were so loud and so strong, it did sound like a freight train was going right past their homes.
Wow. Well, as Paul showed us a moment ago, Ian is now a tropical storm, moving off the coast slowly, but its impacts to Florida are far from over. Today, the northeastern coast of Florida is dealing with it. Storm surge, rain, other things. Fox's Rebecca Castor is live in Atlantic Beach, which is near Jacksonville. Rebecca, what are things like there?
Well, Chris, we're seeing here on the East Coast similar things to what you guys saw on the west coast of the state yesterday. I mean, just check out these waves. Even as Ian is further out in the Atlantic heading north, this is still the scene out here in the Jacksonville Beach area. I mean, just check out those waves. We have seen the storm surge subside. The waves were coming up much further on the shore earlier this afternoon. I mean, earlier, just hours ago, there was no beach to stand on because it was just all covered with water. But we are seeing seeing that subsiding this evening. Now, we're also still experiencing these tropical storm force winds. They've gotten up to 70 miles per hour this afternoon, and we're just bracing for those to continue throughout the evening. Now, obviously, the beaches out here, they're closed to the public today. We have seen a few onlookers come out to check out the waves, but for the most part, people are heeding these warnings and staying away from the beaches, which is the best thing to do throughout this evening, as you just never know when that storm surge could come back up. And we're all really familiar here in Florida. A beach you're standing on could be washed away from beneath you within just a matter of seconds. So we are expecting conditions to get slightly better through the night as Ian does make its way further north and targets South Carolina next. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, Rebecca, one question before you go. We heard the governor yesterday say that some of the counties up there, after seeing what this storm was doing, some of the counties issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas, areas that typically flood. Did people, as far as you know, heed those warnings after seeing what the storm did in Southwest Florida? Did they take this seriously?
Well, the city of Jacksonville didn't issue any mandatory evacuations, but it was recommended for those in mobile homes in some of the areas to flood to evacuate. And the city did open 4 shelters, and people did take those warnings seriously. We did see people get sandbags last night and board up. You know, this area is not as used to hurricanes like you guys are on the West Coast, but I think seeing some of the images that came out from Southwest Florida yesterday, I think that they were really bracing for the impacts that they were going to get today.
You know, hopefully everything turns out okay for them in that area, and the storm does move on and leave as little damage as possible in its wake there. Thank you. Rebecca Castor live for us in Atlantic Beach.
Flooding a serious problem as Ian crossed the state. Look at this video from Kissimmee. This morning, a family of 7, including an elderly woman and a baby, needed to be rescued. They say water was chest high in their home at 4 a.m. However, one of the rescuers wasn't a first responder. It was a family member who immediately jumped into action.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure it out, like find a boat or a kayak. I even bought some floats in my car. I was just trying to get at least the baby out because she's only 1 year old.
Hardin says the water got, quote, halfway up their house. The family is now at her home. And this is just a few of the many rescues that happened during torrential rain and flooding in Kissimmee.
Coming up, Publix is stepping up to help people affected by the hurricane, and they're making it easier for you to help, too. We'll tell you about the campaign they're launching.
All right, thank you to our Fox 13 team as they continue to give us some more and different looks happening around the area. We're going to go ahead and continue to give you more coverage on Hurricane Ian. Right now, a tropical storm, but as we've been hearing from our National Hurricane Center as well as other weather experts, this is expected to gather some strength now that it's on the other side of Florida in the ocean, and then it's going to impact South Carolina likely tomorrow. The coast of South Carolina, they have had a hurricane warning issued, especially since we've been just seeing all of the damage that has been left behind before. Once it makes landfall, it is supposed to track back down once again away from that hurricane status as it makes its way inward. Let's go ahead and though with our map here, I'm just going to move it around here while we have you guys all with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's going to expand out as well, so you can see the path of this storm expected to go into South Carolina before it's making its way over North Carolina, over some other areas as well, but then it will just be a very strong and severe storm for those once it gets inland a bit more. So we've been keeping you posted on always the latest looks and especially reports coming in. I did actually just see a report that Florida power outages, that's now dropped under 2 million customers. So that's some good news. We know yesterday Governor Ron DeSantis was saying that they had more than 42,000 personnel ready to go to help restore power. They are out there in full force, and after more than 250,000 had been reported now in just some of the areas, but over 2 million had been reported this morning. Now that number dropping under the 2 million mark. So Coast Guard also giving us an update. They've said they've rescued at least 39 people so far in Florida, and we know that rescues are continuing to happen. They are underway. I actually have our Fox teams in Fox 35. They're talking about some of that video that we had showed you earlier here today of some teams, National Guard men, even having to push their vehicles through some of this standing water. Let's go ahead, listen back in with their coverage on the other side of this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have our Fox Weather Thunder truck out and about on the road. They are taking a look as they're driving around Orlando, surveying some of the damage. Also headed out to possibly some breaking news as the water rescues as well as other operations continue to happen. As Ian, you can see the sky there continues to bring rain. It is still bringing some other damaging effects as well. So we are going to keep an eye on this, just as we have with all of our live pictures, including this one out of St. Augustine. Multiple more pictures we're going to be popping up here throughout the day, continuing to track Ian as it is making its way now into the ocean, back into the United States through South Carolina, possibly tomorrow. Let's go ahead and give you more with our Fox 35 team as they're talking now, getting a latest update about downtown Orlando getting hit with flooding. So let's go ahead and get a look at that right here for you again on Live Now from Fox.
Crews had to come to get those drivers out. We then saw some other crews try to move that ambulance while they were wading through chest-deep water just to get to it. Now, this isn't the only lake that was flooding out. Even major lakes like Lake Eola and Lake Ivanhoe were flooding as well. Now, even though, on the bright side, the rain is starting to ease up, which means the water level has dipped, which we have seen quite a bit of. But it's still not safe to go out and cross any of these until the water has fully resided. As latest in Orlando, Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
Well, our partners at Fox Weather are also checking out the damage around Central Florida, including several rescues that are taking place in Kissimmee.
And Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell has an update from that area.
So right now, the scene is definitely a lot more quieter. The rescue teams, they've moved on. I heard that they were going to regroup and reroute. So it's possible that they are still doing those rescues. I'll have to check in with their public information officer on that. But let's just the scene of what happened here. You can see a lot of flooding in the road right there. The apartments far off in the distance on the first floor were flooded, and so that called for the water rescues here. We saw several airboats out here taking people from around the building and from in front to get them to dry land. Those people, which was about 50, were taken to a local high school. And not only are their homes impacted, but their cars. There's a parking lot on the side where cars were submerged in water. And right now, we just have a lot of residents standing outside, kind of taking in what has happened. And the people that I've spoken to, they're just saying they've never seen anything or witnessed anything like this here in Kissimmee, and the fire chief even saying that too in the years that he's worked here. He has not seen this before. One resident saying he's not sure if he wants to stay here because he's afraid it could happen again. So definitely scaring people, changing lives, and definitely an inconvenience for some, but it's a tough day and a long one for people here in Kissimmee.
Good news is I just got a message from someone down there. They are starting to get power back, and I just got the ring alert from Lake Mary. People starting to get power back. So good. The numbers keep going in the right direction.
That's what we want to see, especially after everything we've been through. Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks is now in Tallahassee.
Yeah, they were actually spared from the impacts of the storm, but ready to respond from other areas to help out.
I'll tell you that people here in Tallahassee are just counting their blessings because this is one area here in Florida along the Panhandle that just didn't get hit by Hurricane Ian. So we're here at the state capitol because we are at the Emergency Operations Center. Now, this is the staging center for all of those critical resources making its way down to places that was hit hard by Hurricane Ian. So here is FEMA, the U.S. Coast Guard, the National Guard, the American Red Cross, these people deploying out to places like Tampa and Fort Myers to send help and food and rescue. Governor Ron DeSantis is also making his way around the state, touring some of those areas, and we'll hear about 1:45 Eastern time his thoughts on what he's seeing so far. He's been talking a lot about rescue and recovery efforts, and what I can tell you is there are about 40,000 linemen and women ready to deploy to get to those places places. Craig just mentioned that there are about 2.6 million people without power. And again, a part of the rescue and recovery plan put on by the state, Governor DeSantis says he has about 40,000 to 50,000 linemen and women ready to go to restore power. We also learned that there are about 26 states that sent critical resources, including fire, rescue, and EMT. So again, right here in Tallahassee, it's the staging center for all of those critical resources deploying to those people that need it the most, Amy and Craig.
Really a great point there that this is an area that was spared, Mitty, that could have been very vulnerable, but instead this is now a staging area for sending out the resources that are going to be desperately needed. We're hearing as many as 26 states are also helping, coming in from the outside into Florida. As far as the resources go, it's not just Florida that will be helping itself. It will be states from more than half the country coming in to aid in some of the recovery.
Yeah, Amy, that's exactly right. Some of those states are the states that know exactly what to do during that danger. We're talking about Mississippi, places like Louisiana have all deployed those critical resources to help Florida. Again, these are states that know what to do. They're no stranger to hurricanes, so it's much needed for people here in Florida.
All right, right now we also have a look at some of the damages out of Orlando after a tree fell on a house. You see the shallow root system right there gave way. It smashed through the roof of a home. This one happened on the corner of Wagner and Westbrook Drive in Orlando. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
As a veteran of the United States.
And thank you to our Fox 35 team. They've been continuing to give us some different live looks. St. Augustine, one of those places that we've continued to talk about, as they're still seeing a lot of effects here from Ian. So you can see some people starting to make their way out onto some of these roads. Take a look at some of that damage that's been left behind, but they still have some strong winds. You can even see the white caps there in the bay and a lot of flooding. So some of these areas not going to be drivable. We've heard from rescue teams and first responders. They're trying to make sure that if you are going to be headed back to some of these areas here today or into tomorrow, that you're doing so as safely as possible. So look to your local officials for the very latest information on which roads have reopened. We know that some of those bridges and roadways have been reopened to some of these areas that have been hit the hardest, but there's other specific areas that you might not be able to drive through. So we're continuing to keep you up to date. Let's go ahead, step away for a brief break again here on Live Now from Fox. Continuing to listen in with our coverage with both Fox 35 and Fox 13 down in Florida as they continue their coverage of Ian. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have more aerials coming in here showing us just some of the flooding and damage that's been left behind because of Ian. It is moving its way away from Florida, but not before still continuing to dump down more rain and bringing wind here to cities all across the East Coast. Right now, many areas of Florida, they're flooded, millions still without power as one of the strongest hurricanes ever to hit the U.S., not just Florida, the U.S. Hurricane Ian yesterday had made landfall, and it was a Category 4 storm. This was a historic storm, maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. That battered the southwest portion of the state. It's now a tropical storm. It's continuing to bring some life-threatening flooding, storm surge, high winds, all to Florida here on Thursday before its impact is going to be headed towards Georgia and the Carolinas. So right now, there's been a couple fatalities that have been confirmed, likely linked to the storm, have been reported. Governor Ron DeSantis did say and confirm the first one during his morning news conference. We're expecting to get another news conference with Governor DeSantis coming up here in just about 2 more hours. So that's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern time for all of our viewers watching here with us. The Volusia County Sheriff's Office said a 72-year-old man had died after going outside during the storm overnight. The sheriff said he went outside to drain his pool. Deputies later had to pull him out of the canal. They tried to perform CPR. They were unsuccessful. Lee County sheriffs said to Good Morning America on Thursday that they did not have any confirmed numbers, but he did know there were fatalities. And in his quote to them, in the hundreds. And Governor DeSantis clarified the sheriff's statement, saying Lee County number was an estimate based on people who would call 911 about rising water in their homes, saying, again, there's a potential for significant fatalities. I think it's too soon to put any type of numbers on that. Thousands of first responders on the ground Thursday. They're busy identifying those who need help, starting to rebuild this process of restoring power, reestablishing communications. Now, Lee County was one of those who was hit the hardest. The sheriff's office, we've listened in with their press conference. They said that they're actively engaged in search and rescue efforts and assessing the catastrophic infrastructure and structural damage that was caused by the storm. Now, this is coming after nearly 3,800 were evacuated to 15 shelters the county had opened before Ian had struck. Governor DeSantis and timing for island residents wishing to return to their homes, they're unknown. The county government officials had said at this time about 98% of that county is without power. Across the state, again, now just under 2 million outages being reported. Majority of those coming from the 7 southwest Florida counties that were struck the hardest by the hurricane. So we will continue to keep these live looks up here for you on Live Now from Fox as our choppers are going around. They're assessing damage. They're taking a look at all the rescues that are also underway. You can see watercrafts being used here in this area where water has risen to getting close to those roof lines, definitely about halfway up some of these homes that we're seeing here now. So these, again, are just some of the live images we have coming in here to Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and get back into some of our coverage. Going to take you out to Fox 35, who is just tuning in to some of our Fox weather teams as they are taking also a close look at the damage.
It's leaking, and there's an alarm in the back that's going off in one of the boats right now, and just the amount of debris that is on the top of the water floating here is just tremendous. But guys, I want to show you something. If we could put in a box some video that I just sent in. We just spent the past hour and a half traversing, trying to get down to Fort Myers Beach, which is where we started our coverage yesterday morning, but left because of the surge and came here to a somewhat safer area. And certainly Fort Myers Beach is devastated, but I wanted to give you visuals from there. Instead, the roadway down there is full of water. Many vehicles driving line in sync, trying to get to loved ones or maybe even their properties on all sides of the road. roads, there is debris. There are vessels down there on the sides that were pushed in. There are down power lines. There is standing water. And then you get right there, about 10, 12 miles from here, to the bridge that leads over. And sure enough, you can't go any further. Officials are there. They're doing search and rescues on the island and in the other county, surrounding county here. Over 500 rescues, we are told, thus far by officials. And we are also told, unfortunately, 5 confirmed deaths. And we hope that number doesn't go up, as the helicopters are up in the air and the people are on the ground with cadaver-sniffing dogs and trying to make sure that there is no one in harm's way at this point. And downtown Fort Myers, the surge that came in that we experienced last night, that water has receded. But nonetheless, the business is in bad shape there, as debris is littered all over there. And, you know, they're trying to restore power, but right now the water system is shut down, the power is out, and it could be days until we have modern civilization back amidst all this rubble. So, Ian, this is just a nightmare down here. I think that's the best way to say it. And, you know, it's amazing that the system is continuing to go up and will wreak havoc up there in Georgia and South Carolina. Not hopefully anything like what you're seeing here, but seriously, people, listen to how dangerous this hurricane is.
And take a look at this one. Hurricane Ian, now the 4th strongest storm to make landfall in recorded history here in Florida. Ian made the exact same landfall as Hurricane Charlie back in August of 2004, 18 years ago. Ian and Charlie's wind speeds and the pressure nearly exactly the same. Charlie, though, significantly smaller, meaning the extent of the strong winds did not cover as much ground as Ian did yesterday.
Fox 35 News at 5 starts right now.
Fox 35 News starts now with breaking news.
The storm is passing is basically a 500-year flood event.
Ian devastating Florida.
This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history.
Cutting a path through the state, taking out almost everything in its path.
I feel devastated. I feel like I'm lost. I don't know if there's no words.
Stay indoors, y'all. Don't just go out there like that.
Stay inside!
Now, the state turning to rescue and recovery efforts. Millions of people without power, first responders wading into the waters to get people out of their homes.
This is a terrible situation.
Fox 35 is live with team coverage of Ian's aftermath.
A 500-year flood event. Ian dumping rain across Central Florida. Thanks for joining us. I'm Luann Sorrell.
And I'm John Brown. Much of our region now underwater. And at this hour, the storm is back out at sea where it is once again a hurricane. We have live team coverage of the aftermath. But first, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins us with the very latest. So, Brooks, you have the latest rain totals.
Yeah, John and Luann, 15 to 20 inches with a couple of spots getting even more has fallen from southwest Florida all the way through Daytona, with Orlando and Kissimmee included. But the latest 5 o'clock advisory, as you'd mentioned, has now upgraded Ian from a tropical storm back to hurricane force, and it's heading for the Carolinas. Conditions here will improve. It's still windy out there, but it's only going to get worse for areas to the north. Category 1 Hurricane Ian has winds of 75 miles per hour, so it's a minimal Cat 1. By 2 o'clock, it'll ramp up with winds of 80 miles an hour. It's sitting over very warm waters of the Gulf Stream, and that's how it was able to get itself a little stronger than otherwise after interacting with land and weakening. But it's going to make another landfall, this time near Charleston, South Carolina at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, winds of 80 miles an hour. That's the low country, and they could see 4 to 7 feet of storm surge anywhere from Beaufort, South Carolina through McClellanville into the Grand Strand of Myrtle Beach, followed by flooding rains up and down the PD region. That's the PD River region here of eastern South Carolina, the Midlands, as well as the upstate and into the Piedmont of North Carolina. So Ian is not done yet, but for us, conditions will start to improve. We're still under tropical storm warnings for Seminole, Orange County through the evening, with right along the immediate coast hurricane warnings as hurricane force wind gusts continue over 75 miles per hour. Fox 35 storm tracker radar detailing also a continuing flash flood warning for St. Augustine down to Palm Coast. A lot of this having to do with storm surge that's being forced ashore. I'll show you the cameras here coming up in just a bit. A couple of diminishing showers around the region. Overall, though, things are drying out. Look at these peak wind gusts. 86 miles per hour New Smyrna Beach, 67 miles per hour in Orlando, with rain totals ranging from 15 to 20 inches. We'll get the new totals coming out soon. This was preliminary as of the last official update this morning. Lo and behold, we've got flooding all around the region. And there's one more thing that we hadn't really thought of, and that is the cool weather being pushed in behind the system. These are current temperatures, and this will take you by surprise. If you haven't stepped outside by Florida standards, it's cool outside. You'll want to have a sweatshirt on. It's 63 in Sanford, it's 65 in Orlando, and when the wind is blowing, it feels like it's in the 50s. It feels like you got off an airplane in Cleveland after being in a warm Florida sunshine. Coming up, we'll talk about how this will lead to actually a really nice weekend, which is good news for any recovery efforts that continue through the next couple of days.
Thank you, Brooks. We'll take a look at these aerials from Fort Myers. Some now calling this ground zero of Ian's wrath. Ian, one of the most powerful storms to ever hit Florida. More than 2 million people left without power, and officials fear, especially in that area you're looking at, many could be dead.
We have live team coverage tonight of Ian's destruction. Neighborhoods underwater, roads washed out, and people are being rescued from their homes. We begin with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger. She is live in Orlando.
Yeah, Marie, that area you're in right now, no stranger to flooding. That's the bad news there.
Yeah, so right now I'm near near UCF, and what we are seeing here, we just drove up on it. We were not anticipating this at all. We were on our way to an area where we heard they were evacuating 150 people from a senior living facility, and by they, I mean the Army National Guard just got that word in, so we headed straight over, but I wanted you to take a look at what we just drove up on. This entire street is completely flooded out, so that explains why those people need rescuing right now. You can see the Orange County Fire Department is already here with several different rescue teams. On our way over, we noticed tons of people coming over with lights and sirens blaring. We were not sure why, and of course now we see it. They're blocking off this road, making sure people do not take the risk trying to come down. You can see them still coordinating, going out, and we'll shift you over so you can see a boat they've got at the ready to pull people out. We know the Army National Guard is already headed over here. They plan to be here in maybe about 15 minutes more, but they are going to have to be up against this as well. They're in extremely large trucks that could likely brave the water, but again, we are not sure how deep it is over there. It's enough so that the Orange County Fire Department isn't using their trucks to get through. They're just going to be going on those boats. We did see them elsewhere in Ora Vista earlier today rescuing. The Army National Guard said they took out 45 people from that neighborhood. That's on top of Orange County Fire Rescue and on top of what the Orange County Sheriff's Office was able to pull out. So that's 45 people from this one neighborhood. They did 30 from another neighborhood, and now 150 people at this senior living facility, which is called Bridge Assisted Living, by the way. They are going to need rescuing. You can also see these buses ready to cart those people out. 150 people, as I mentioned, are going to be needing evacuation. So it's going to take several trips to get them, I'm sure. And then after that, it looks like they'll be loaded onto those buses that these crews have at the ready to take them out. And again, those buses are having to park fairly far away because the road is so very flooded, and it started pretty abruptly. I mentioned that we were surprised when we drove up on it because it was completely fine. Roads pretty clear right up until we saw this. The spot we're in now, we actually weren't sure we were going to be able to get to. That's just in this parking lot here, let alone the road. That is all lanes of that road blocked off right now.
All right, Marie, live for us. Thank you. In Volusia County, a pier in Daytona Beach Shores is damaged. Take a look at the end of the Sunglow Pier here, and you can see it's starting to fall apart as waves hit it. The city is asking people not to go to the beach to sightsee. We have a crew on the way, and we're going to have a live report for you coming up in the next half hour.
Also, check out this video from Osceola County. The National Guard now there rescuing hundreds of people from their homes. Lots of water all over, cars right in the middle of it as well. And you can see volunteers started going out on airboats at around 5:30 this morning, and they haven't stopped since then. Fox 35's Valerie Boyd joins us live from Kissimmee. And Val, you've been seeing person after person get rescued out there.
That's right. In fact, an airboat is coming in right now with people being rescued from their homes. I'm here at Pebble Point. There's around 600 homes in this subdivision where I'm standing. It's around 12 inches up to my boots, but I understand it's around 4 feet deep in certain areas. It's very loud. When you see that airboat, you go like this because it starts getting really, really wet. actually went out on an airboat ride with them earlier, with Osceola County Sheriff's deputies earlier, and we saw them rescuing people. You can see they come all the way up here, and then the people are taken off of the boat. So we have Meredith and David Butler. They have been waiting for her aunt and uncle who did not want to leave their homes when the hurricane was coming in. So she is understandably so excited that they are okay and that they have been rescued. Meredith? Hi. So, hey there. So tell me, how happy are you to see your aunt and uncle?
Oh, we're very happy, very happy. I know their daughters are extremely happy.
Why didn't they leave?
I'm not sure why. We had to leave. We're from Toronto, so this is all new. They've been here many years, so I'm sure they have a lot of experience with the hurricanes.
So, David, what is this like for you?
This whole thing is a little surreal. We're just taking it in stride and just thankful everyone's healthy, and you know, your instincts kick in. You just want to do the right thing and just get through it and make sure you're safe and sound.
Okay, and it looks like her aunt and uncle, you guys going to be taken back to your place then?
Back to our cousin's house who lives in Winter Garden.
Okay, great. Well,
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so had that aunt and uncle not had relatives waiting for them, they would have gotten to a van like this one where deputies would then take them to a shelter or even the hospital. Take a look at this. It's a Jeep, a pink Jeep. It's coming up. I will tell you, I talked to Sheriff Marcos Lopez earlier today. He asked that people not do this because it makes it even more difficult for the rescuers. Although this Jeep is getting out safe and sound, we have seen people getting stuck. And so they're saying they already have their hands full trying to rescue people. They don't need more people out and about so-called sightseeing. And anyway, there's a curfew here in Kissimmee from 9 p.m. to 6 o'clock in the morning. Again, the sheriff is asking for people to stay off the streets. Live in Kissimmee, back to you guys.
Great reporting, Valerie. Fox 35 News at 5 just getting started. Still ahead, a woman falls into the floodwaters. How neighbors then came to the rescue.
And Ian wiping out bridges. This is the Sanibel Causeway. People on that island now stuck there. We are getting a closer look at the damage.
Graves underwater and damaged by falling trees. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith, and coming up, I'll take you to the Oakland Cemetery where families are now trying to lay their loved ones back to rest.
And you're watching Fox 35 News at 5 as we go to break. Live look at New Smyrna Beach, where we've gotten some word of some neighborhoods flooded and people can't get out. We'll have a live report from the scene coming up.
20-something chefs versus 40.
All right, thanks again to everyone who's here with us on Live Now from Fox. So we are taking some live looks here of damage that's been left behind by Hurricane Ian. Do want to let everyone know it has regained its strength. It is now being described as a Category 1 hurricane. So that is something that we wanted to report here to everyone watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Ian is a Category 1 hurricane again here as we're taking a look at just some of that damage left behind. This is some live video from Hardee County, Florida. So this is some aftermath. You can see there's multiple officials, first responders, but then also people out here trying to help lend a hand as well. Now, when it comes to assistance, we heard Governor Ron DeSantis say that earlier here today, that if you want to help, the best thing to do, not send supplies, not come down here yourself, but to maybe send money donations to secure sites, of course. But they wanted to make sure that everyone knew that there's a lot that has to be done. They want their first responders to be the ones who are there to do it. Looks like we're showing a home that is completely surrounded by water here. You can see the stream that continues to move here across this area. Looks like that stream obviously flooded and expanded all across this area. For those of us who might not be familiar with Hardee County, they do have Hardee County is kind of a little bit in central area of Florida. So it's just a little bit southeast of Tampa. And so we do have that area that's being assessed here at this time. Rescues also still underway, not only here in Hardee County, but in multiple areas all across Florida. Let's go ahead and send you out to a 2-minute break. We'll be back here with more on Hurricane Ian. It has regained strength to a hurricane. We'll be bringing more coverage right here in just a minute. Back out here live with us on Live Now from Fox, taking a look at just some of the efforts underway here in Hardee County as we continue to see people dealing with flooding, winds. You can even see trees down, debris spread everywhere, and rescues underway, not just here, but all across the state of Florida. Let's go ahead and get back into our coverage with our Fox 35 Orlando team as they are giving us some more looks at operations underway.
Using that to get into that really high water. They even have a boat on the back when it really, really gets deep. And I'll tell you what, coming into the New Smyrna Beach area, it was treacherous. Coming in on State Road 44, lots of flooding. Everywhere we looked, businesses, schools, homes were flooded. And we saw cars, we saw people being rescued, we saw fan boats, we saw more high water vehicles just going to these neighborhoods, getting people out of there. So again, just from talking to a couple of people here on the scene, we heard there might have been more than 100 people back there in this neighborhood. I'll give you another look at what we're seeing behind me. There's a shopping center, I believe, Winn-Dixie, I believe, right here. You can see some of the cars just for reference. That looks like a camper. Likely stuck there in the floodwaters. You can just see the trees for reference. We have a gas station here that's all completely flooded out, so definitely still treacherous out here. And again, I'm going to give you another look at a truck coming out just to give you another reference. Over here to the right, it's hard to tell if that's a utility truck or what that is, but they're still able to get through. Like I said, we've seen some regular type pickup trucks getting in and out of here, but for the most part, it seems like first responders are wanting to use these big high water vehicles. That's their best chances. And just a few minutes ago, a whole truckload of people, maybe a dozen people being rescued. We're told they're just doing rounds, going in there, getting people and coming back out. But we'll continue to keep an eye on this situation. But for now, this has been about as deep as we've been able to go as these trucks start to kick up waves here. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Connor. Wow, a lot of flooding right there, and still more rain to come in that county. Skyfox also flying over Hardy County, which is just south of Polk County, and you can see high water surrounding homes there. Hurricane Ian, pretty much the eye, moved practically right over this area after making landfall on the southwest coast of Florida yesterday.
Wow, that home is now an island.
That's something, right?
Yeah.
I hope they're gone, because there's nowhere to go at this point.
No, you need a boat.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins us once again.
So, Brooks, the storm is moving away from us, but it just became a hurricane again.
Yeah, it did, and that intensification offshore as it heads northward through the Carolinas is one of the reasons we've seen gusty winds all day today, and one of the reasons why our coastline, Daytona Beach, maybe up toward Flagler Beach, has seen wind gusts routinely approaching hurricane force. Oftentimes with a tropical system that's actually in the strengthening phases, the impacts can be a lot worse. It's flexing, if you will. This is also heading northward toward Charleston, South Carolina, the low country. By 8 o'clock tonight, it'll be up to winds of about 80 miles an hour. Currently at 75 miles an hour, a minimal hurricane, but it's going to become possibly a strong Cat 1. At worst case scenario, maybe winds about 80 to 90. Landfall tomorrow happening in pretty short order, so it's not going to have a lot of time over the water, but these Gulf Stream waters where it's sitting right now are pretty warm, not giving it the gasoline it needs to revitalize. But it's going to make a landfall here and bring with it storm surge between 4 and 7 feet to South Carolina's low country, all the way up to the Grand Strand of South Carolina, and also bringing some heavy rain to the Piedmont of North Carolina in the mountains. Now, as it departs, we are still looking at a lot of wind here through at least tonight, about 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts around Orlando and Sanford. But along the beaches, hurricane warnings remain in effect for those rogue gusts, which could exceed 75 miles an hour. Here's a live shot from St. Augustine, an area along A1A right here. The cars are going up and down, but earlier today, people were kayaking on. It was about 24 to 36 inches of standing storm surge water that blew in right from the ocean there. The winds have shifted now to more of a north-northwest, allowing the waters to recede back into the ocean, but quite the sight to see there, and the wind continues. The camera's shaking, and over in Volusia County, Daytona Beach, this is one of the surviving cameras. The wind knocking a couple of them offline, and you can see the water is still lapping up against those trees, and the palm trees are waving in the wind. Downtown right now, Orlando, skies are gray. The camera's shaking. There's still a little bit of a wind-driven drizzle going on out there. And the other part of the story today that is definitely taking a lot of us off guard is how it feels outside. It is cold outside. These are temperatures you'd see during the heat of the day in the winter time. Actually, our average high in January is like 70. It's 63 in Sanford, 64 in Orlando, and by our standards, you step outside with that humidity in the air and the wind blowing, and this feels downright chilly, especially if you're out there for more than a few minutes in a t-shirt and shorts. You need a sweatshirt to get out there, or at least a windbreaker, and it's going to be like this through the evening. Actually, we may see the temperatures warming up a little bit overnight once the cooling effects of the passing hurricane move away, but regardless, the rain's going to start to move out of the region after about 10, 11 o'clock at the coastline, and then finally will dry out, and the winds will ease back, and the sky should clear out, so by tomorrow morning, we're back to the sunshine, and you know what? We're actually going to face some really nice weather. Face is the wrong word. We're going to enjoy some really nice weather as we face the cleanup, and that cleanup, unfortunately, is probably going to extend for many communities into the weekend, but at least, John Luann, it's going to be pretty nice outside with very low humidity and highs in the low to mid 80s. It really will actually be one of the nicest weekends we've had all summer long and now all fall, unfortunately at the expense of a major hurricane making landfall in Florida and providing just such hard times and hardships for the next several days for a lot of folks here. All right, toss it back to you.
All right, yeah, what a nice change. Unfortunately, we had to go through what we did to get to that point. Well, coming up next, the president promising help for Florida. We're going to hear from the governor ahead.
Fox 35 Plus, your home for Orlando City.
And thank you to our Fox 35 team. They have been giving us some great coverage, especially as their teams are there down on the ground, giving us some different looks at the damage and destruction that's been left behind. Want to remind everyone when it comes to coverage of breaking news events, not only weather breaking news events, but just breaking news all across the country, you can count on us to be there giving you live looks and the latest press conferences and interviews as well. So you can always go follow us on social media if you need to go and stay up to date on the latest top stories happening all across the country and, yes, even around the world. These pictures coming in here from Hardee County giving us just some really great visuals as far as some of that flooding damage that we've been talking about. We know the storm surge, and it's still raining in some areas of Florida, so they're still feeling the impact from Ian as it has now made its way out to the ocean. It's going to be going now to Georgia and the Carolinas, but this flooding shows you just how different areas can be impacted when you just move slightly over one area to the next. So some homes look like they're completely surrounded by water. Then you have other homes who thankfully were on a little bit higher ground and didn't look like they had any water damage. Now, that doesn't mean they couldn't have had it and the water started to recede already. But here, these pictures at least giving us an idea on some of these areas in central Florida, what they've been dealing with. Now, again, this is in central Florida, so you think about our friends on the West Coast, just how much more damage we have had coming from them. We're going to be getting more updates here along the way, not only from county officials, but also Governor Ron DeSantis expected to speak at the top of the next hour. We're also going to be speaking with the National Hurricane Center in the next hour or so as well. So live now, still reaching out to multiple people who are there being impacted the most from this storm. So we've been speaking with our reporters down on the ground, reaching out to some of those social media influencers who also are living in these areas. And as I've said before, I have family members who were there on the West Coast. They had evacuated to Orlando for a few days. They're expected to go back tomorrow to assess damage, hoping that they'll be able to join us here and talk about some of that damage that they had seen as well. But right now, these different looks are being brought to us by Sky Fox as they are flying up in the air. We appreciate everyone who's been tuning in here with us for our coverage, especially as we've been having multiple updates along the way, and do appreciate everyone who's been already subscribing to those social media pages. If you haven't yet, encourage you to do so you can stay up to date with local news as well as national news and worldwide news as well. Let's go ahead. We'll step away for a brief break, bring you more content from our Fox teams in Florida when we return here in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Some different live looks that we're continuing to keep an eye on here for you. This one from Fernandina Beach in Florida. This one, again, is coming to us from our WFOX team as they are giving us some different live looks. We still have our St. Augustine shots coming in here as well with those major flooding issues that we've seen all across Florida. So Ian's impacts are stretching wide all across the state. Let's go ahead and get back into some of our coverage that we have coming in with our Fox 35 team as they're keeping us up to date on the very latest with our path and track of this storm. Actually, let's go ahead. We have a reporter live out in the field with our Fox 13 team. Let's bring you their coverage as we jump into it right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Locally, people are helping. The Tampa Police Department planning to send 40 to 60 officers down to Southwest Florida to help with the cleanup and the recovery.
Well, still ahead in our next half hour, we'll check in with Polk County, where all eyes are on the rivers.
Yeah, one in particular that's notorious for flooding, but at this time has neighbors cautiously optimistic.
All right, so our Fox 13 team going to take a quick break, but you can see here vehicles in St. Augustine now finally starting to arrive in some of these areas. These are some roads that have been flooded. You can see people driving on the wrong side of the lanes just to try to make it their way through this area. Again, a lot of our officials are going to continue to remind people that as you're starting to make your way back to your home, if you are seeing some of these waters, you're not going to want to try to drive through them, especially when we don't know how deep they are. You can even see here we do have one of our authorities stopping here at this stoplight. Now, power also down in multiple areas, especially in those counties on the southwest side. I just spoke with some of my family members who are on Holmes Beach, Anna Maria Island, that Bradenton area. They do actually have power restored back on. We know that that number is now down under 2 million for power restored in the state of Florida, under 2 million for people who don't have power. So they do have crews out there working on things. They also had reported to me that as far as damage goes, they've lucked out because it did go a bit south from Anna Maria Island. They said that it sounds like they have a lot of debris, branches down, of course, some structural damage, but the flooding, it sounds like it wasn't as bad as what it could be. And that's surprising to hear because it's a place that I grew up going to as a child, and just knowing from sometimes some of those rainstorms, unfortunately with rain, when it comes to these areas that are right along the coast or those islands like Captiva Island, those aren't going to have the best drainage systems as well. And then you think about people who are right there on the water's edge. My family's on a canal side of the island. They had water already raising ahead of this storm. So now you think about how much rain had fallen in the area. They were concerned about getting water damage. They had placed sandbags all around our home there. And thankfully, they said they haven't been able to make it back yet to see it in person, but they did say from some of the other people who've made it back onto the island that they were saying that it's not as much flooding as what they thought they were going to be seeing. So that is one piece of good news for that. But again, it's many other areas just south of there. When we talk about the St. Pete's area, Daytona Beach, we know that there's a lot of people along the West Coast who've been giving different damage instructions. And you think about just what we've been seeing here with all of our chopper videos too. Unfortunately, there is going to be a huge road to recovery for all of these folks. And I do want to also just say our thoughts and prayers going out to those who had gotten stuck behind, who didn't evacuate in time, because we do know that there's already some damage and destruction that's been reported all across the state of Florida. A couple of our shots coming in here frozen. Let's go ahead. We're going to run another brief break. We'll bring you back into more coverage right here on Live Now from Fox when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a look here at just some of the different areas all across Florida as they continue to assess the damage from Hurricane Ian. It hit Florida on the West Coast as a Category 4. It downgraded all the way to a tropical storm. It has regained its strength to a hurricane, Category 1 that is, as it's going to be moving over to the Georgia and Carolinas area. So Live Now from Fox going to tune back into our Fox 13 team as they're giving us some more details as rescues are underway.
By flooding, officials are asking neighbors to help neighbors.
It's very wet. It's super wet.
Is your house flooded?
No, my house isn't flooded. My house is up high, but everything around it's super wet.
What are you ferrying neighbors and helping neighbors?
That's what I'm doing, is bringing him back up, back out to his house.
And neighbors are making a difference, especially neighbors with boats. This is getting around in Northport. This is the vehicle?
This is the only vehicle.
The city's emergency manager told us help is on the way, and it can't come soon enough. In Northport, Lloyd Sowers, Fox 13 News.
Wow. Now to Polk County, where Hurricane Ian left a mess. Take a look at this. The roof of a 7-Eleven gas station that's in Lakeland, it just ripped off. See the exposed metal beams, parts of the roof just all around the parking lot there. Other parts of the city, traffic signals dangling from wires. Utility crews had to get out there to try to restore things first thing. Some people have been without power since 10:30 last night.
The howling of the wind gusts were super extreme. Being in this old house from 1930, the windows do rattle. Also just feeling like something's going to blow through the window at any moment. So really just staying awake to make sure the house was okay and there wasn't any major damage going on. But luckily we were okay. Just some down branches and stuff like that. So nothing crazy.
Of course, it was that easterly shift in direction is what put Polk County in Ian's path. It wasn't that way before. The southwest part of the county was especially hard hit. And Fox 13's Ken Suarez shows us what residents there woke up to.
It was a storm that seemed to drag its feet, taking hours to leave Polk County. It flooded streets, tore into homes, and rattled nerves every slow step of the way.
Well, it was really tough. I woke up every 40 minutes and I think 2 hours had gone by. It's the longest night I've had in a long time.
Jessica Cefalu shudders when she thinks of a sleepless night, too.
The whole house is shaking. The windows are rattling. The rain's coming in on me. The wind is coming in on me. The animals are freaking.
Well, now the cleanup begins. For areas that were hit hardest, like the southwest part of Polk, it is going to be a big one. The Tucker family woke up with their home completely surrounded by water. The first time in 50 years that's happened. Down the street, a century-old oak brought to its knees.
I'm just so thankful one of these trees didn't go through my roof.
Power lines came down all over, cutting off electricity to more than 200,000 people. The Peace River, which already was overflowing its banks, had a field day, submerging streets in the community right next door.
The ground was already waterlogged, so when is this going to drain? Obviously, no time soon.
Emergency managers are warning things will not be back to normal anytime soon. For days, possibly for weeks. And to be extra cautious in the meantime.
Please do not run generators inside your home. They have to be in a well-ventilated area.
Even after Polk recovers, one thought will stay with people who held their breath the night Ian came.
Very, very terrifying.
In Polk County, Ken Suarez, Fox 13 News.
Well, we have a positive update from Port Tampa Bay. The port was cleared open this morning. The trucking fuel terminals were inspected. They're good to go. This means truck drivers will be able to come through the port and get fuel to Florida citizens.
I've been in touch with the mayor, the governor, the Secretary of Transportation. Tampa Bay's energy supply is vital to the lifeblood of Southwest Florida and Central Florida, so we're ready to go.
They said they would be inspecting the channels to make sure they're safe for traffic, and they hope to start receiving ships as early as this evening or as late as tomorrow morning. Well, coming up, Ian is back at sea and is strengthened back into a hurricane.
And now people in South Carolina are bracing for impact. We're going to take you to Charleston, where the preps are underway, what they think about Hurricane Ian.
And here's another live look at the destruction by Hurricane Ian. Homes and roads underwater in Hardee County. Stay with us.
And thank you to our Fox teams. Again, this is Hardee County. You can see officials out there as well as they're trying to assess the damage, still conduct some rescue operations as well. And again, they are also trying to remind everyone in the area when it comes to the water on those roadways, you're not supposed to try to get your way through them. Wait until the officials say and give you that all clear. So again, this is something that a lot of people are still dealing with in West Coast and in the central area of Florida. But on the East Coast, it's a bit of a different story. I want to go back to our St. Augustine images. These are some live images showing us that they're still dealing with, look how strong that wind gusts are still coming in. We just talked with earlier here today, Rebecca Castor. She was in Atlantic Beach, Florida. She was saying they're still going to be getting gusts of 50 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour. And you can tell too that there's still some rain that's going to be coming down in these areas. So a lot to still be dealing with when it comes to Hurricane Ian, which has regained its strength to hurricane status. Live now from Fox, going to continue our coverage right here for you in just a few moments. Another live look at just some of the damage and destruction that has been happening. It is widespread damage that we are seeing all across the state of Florida after they really felt the impact of Hurricane Ian. Emergency crews in Southwest Florida right now checking on damage. They're rescuing survivors after Hurricane Ian had crashed into the coast. We do have Fox's Austin Westfall. He's in Venice and he's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Austin, what are things looking like now for you guys, especially since we know that there's still a lot of damage to be looked at here behind Ian?
Yeah, so I'll say this, the weather is a whole heck of a lot different today than it was yesterday. The sun is out, the skies are blue, in fact the sun is blaring right now. Behind me, that's not a river, that's a street. There are cars driving over it from time to time. About half the people that approach this flooded stretch of street, they just turn around, they don't want to deal with it. The other half, they go through it. Emergency officials say this typically is not a good idea to drive through these type of floods because you never know what's underneath there. There could be any types of threats, including a sinkhole, and you don't know how big something like that could be. But we do have some footage. This is just absolutely devastating, some of the images that are coming out of Southwest Florida right now. You're looking at video from our Fox drone team over Gasparilla Island. That's near Fort Myers, and it'll take time to know exactly how many homes were destroyed in the area, but as you can see, there's a lot of damage. Ian approached the area with winds of 155 miles an hour, and the storm was also moving at a relatively slow pace, about 9 miles an hour. Our Fox Weather hurricane specialist called it a worst-case scenario for Southwest Florida because of Ian's size, speed, and enormous storm surge. We also visited Port Charlotte today, where we saw flooded homes, streets, and destroyed buildings. People we spoke to at the Port Charlotte Village Mobile Home Park say that they're thankful that they left the area before the storm hit. One woman told us that she moved to Port Charlotte just last week.
Right now, we can't really get into the park with all the water, so my husband just walked back to our place, hopefully to check it out to see what kind of damage we have, and I'm just standing here worried until he gets back.
And we have been in touch with Mary Ellen since then. It's been tough keeping in touch with her, though, because a lot of the cell service is spotty in southwestern Florida right now. Power outages also still impacting a lot of people around here. She does say that she had some damage to her porch. She had damage to a carport, but water did not get into her home, thankfully. As you can see, another car driving over my shoulder right now. There's no shortage of flooded streets like this in the Venice area. Back to you.
And Austin, I'm curious, as people are dealing with this flooding and obviously some areas really deep water, not safe to be going in, do officials know when that could recede, when those drainage systems can catch back up with what's fallen?
Yeah, so we don't know exactly what the timetable is on that front, but what I can say is over the past 3 or 4 hours as I've been parked out here, the water has receded a little bit. It has been hot and sunny out. It's not quite as humid as it normally would be on a Florida summer day, Florida fall day. The water, although it's still flooded, there isn't quite as much water as there was earlier today. You can only imagine evaporation is going to play a role in some of this. Also, emergency crews using whatever hardware they can to possibly get water out of the areas where it's not supposed to be. Again, there's just so much water that's inundated so many places right now. It's hard to tell exactly when things will return back to normal, but we're hoping it's as soon as possible.
Yeah, I know a lot of residents hoping so that cleanup efforts can continue to be underway. We do appreciate you giving us a live look and also more information aftermath of Ian. Austin Westfall joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, and hope you can continue to stay safe, and everyone you've been speaking with as well.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's go ahead and continue to take a live look here at just some of that damage that has been being reported in some of that central Florida area. You can see as our Sky Fox is up above that there's so many different reservoirs of water. There's streams and lakes all across Florida. Of course, there's so many swampy areas. All of those areas that then had more rain, it's been impacting its flooding as well. We'll continue to talk about the damage and destruction of Ian here with our Fox 35 team. Let's go ahead and jump back into their coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox as they're driving around taking a look at some of the businesses that are being impacted by Ian.
Bar. Looks like we have another smoke shop right over here. Look at that. You can just see all the wiring and on the ground too. Look at this. So this all happened as soon as Hurricane Ian made landfall in this area. This is a body piercing shop that's also seen some of the worst damage too. Glass on the ground. Look at that. Not sure if the owners are aware of this or what, but it's going to be a little bit of a cleanup, that's for sure, as you can see. All right, well, we're going to head down to the pier in Daytona Beach, but for now, reporting in Daytona Beach, Deborah Cho, Fox 35 News.
I don't think I expected this much damage on both coasts.
No, I can't believe that happened in Daytona. It looks like it made landfall there.
Yeah, right. And here's New Smyrna Beach. Take a look at this one. This is from viewers Jim and Barbara Mason. They're actually the managers at Ocean Breeze Bar and Grill, which is right above the wild side. You recognize all these spots. Rip Curl right there. You can see Flagler Tavern off in the distance here. They said the water was running more or less backwards, so flowing down Flagler Avenue, flooding a lot of those businesses. I think that's Flagler Tavern once again there. And there's even a wake. I mean, there's waves out there, Luann.
And then one of the shops right here, it looks like the window was blown out. There's something down on the ground in front, so it caused some extensive damage there as well.
Yeah, the hotel right behind, Breakers off to the right. Breakers probably had a little bit of damage too. But the guys with Ocean Breeze and Wildside said they expect to be open either tomorrow or Saturday. So get it cleaned up and back in business, I guess. All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins us once again.
Brooks, the storm is moving away from us, but some places along the coast are still feeling the impacts tonight.
Because we've got a strengthening tropical system out there. That's right, Luann. A hurricane. Ian has re-strengthened from a tropical storm to a hurricane. It's going to get even stronger tonight before making landfall tomorrow night in the Carolinas. Here's the latest. We still have tropical storm warnings up for our region as well as along the beach hurricane warnings. Category 1 Hurricane Ian still producing wind gusts over 74 miles per hour. That's the threshold for hurricane force at the coastline. And it's going to move into South Carolina, more specifically near Charleston, as we get into tomorrow afternoon, bringing hurricane force winds all the way up through the Grand Strand of South Carolina and tropical storm force winds into the Piedmont of North Carolina. And all the while, heavy flooding rains, storm surge of 4 to 7 feet. In other words, very similar conditions to what we saw here in the Orlando region over the last 24 to 36 hours. Here's a live view in St. Augustine. It is still really windy, and this is A1A, once covered completely by floodwaters. So this has been a significant improvement in conditions. The wind's shifting from an onshore to more of a northwest wind, allowing the moisture to head back, the rain to head back out there. But look at this big splash. Yeah, people are out there doing their thing, and here's Volusia County, still cloudy. It is Daytona Beach, and it is just stormy, stormy, stormy. It looks like a tropical storm outside there. There have been some flashes of sun in certain parts of the area once you get well west of our region, but look at these gusts. 63 miles per hour in Palm Coast right now, 33 miles per hour in Orlando. Still a lot of power outages. Look at this, Volusia County, Seminole County, Orange County down through Polk, just over, what is that, about almost 1 million people out of power still across Florida. I mean, that's to be expected. We just had a hurricane come through. Future winds featuring gusts up to 65 miles per hour through 10 o'clock tonight along the coast. But as far as inland locations go, 25 to 30 miles an hour through tomorrow morning. So it's going to be breezy tonight. You'll hear the wind whistling through the trees, but it won't be like last night, and it won't be the damaging kind of wind that you have to worry about. So you can sleep easy tonight. Just we have to keep an eye on some of those maybe older trees where the dirt got really wet and the roots aren't really doing their thing. Because look at how much rain we've had over the last couple of days from this storm. We forecast a stripe just like this developing, and indeed it did. The final rainfall totals have yet to come in. These are radar estimates, and we may need to add 2 or 3 more inches to some of these mega totals. But look at this, about 18 to 20 inches of rain falling in Volusia County, back down through Seminole County and on west toward the Lakeland area. So we really did get a soaking, and right now the rain continues. Fox 35 storm tracker radar. It's all quiet now in Orlando. Still a flood warning in effect thanks to all the rain that fell. Obviously, we got big puddles out there, and a flash flood warning continues from St. Augustine to Palm Coast, Beverly Beach, and Flagler Beach, thanks to a combination of storm surge and heavy rain that continues for this area wrapping around Hurricane Ian. Look at this rain down through Ormond Beach, still pouring. At least it's not quite as heavy as the rain from last night because, well, that was on the northeast quadrant of the hurricane. This is on the southwest quadrant, so it's a considerably calmer one, but it's one that can feature some gusty winds and any of those heavier showers, or we could call them squalls, because that's what they become. They're like squalls. Mims and Titusville, you're still seeing some spotty rain, but I want to show you all these flood warnings. This is the St. Johns River. Whole thing's under a flood warning, and for good reason, because it's rising. With storm surge, which they're still experiencing there on the St. Johns River in Jacksonville, the mouth of the St. Johns River, basically it can't flow. It flows from south to north. And so all the rainwater we've had is now flowing into the St. Johns River, and it's causing it to rise. At latest, it's approaching 10 feet, and it's expected to crest about 10.7 feet, and that's just below the record crest of 11 feet. So if you live on the St. Johns River, you know how high it gets when it rains. It's going to be in a major flood that begins Sunday around 9, 10 in the morning and continues through early next week. So take precautions as you need to. If you've got any animals out there, cows or what have you, I mean, big agricultural belt there, tractors, bring them up to higher ground. If your house is there, do the sandbag thing because it's going to be a major flood on the St. Johns River. Tropical storm warnings continue, as I had mentioned, but this is the unexpected thing I talked about a little bit earlier. Look at the temperatures. Hurricane Ian circulation has brought down winter-like readings. Winter, as far as Florida is concerned, it's 62 degrees in Sanford right now. It's 64 in Orlando. We haven't seen temperatures this cold since the overnight lows in the beginning of May. It's been that long. It is arguably chilly outside. A wind chill factor in the 50s. You'll need a sweatshirt as you head out. Isn't that crazy to say? Yeah, here's your forecast. Actually, a very nice weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, highs in the lower to middle 80s. It will be unbelievably nice outside, which is just such almost a... It's just almost cruel with all the devastation out there, but it'll make cleanup a lot easier. John and Luann, what a difference a day makes, right? Look at that.
Wow, yeah, it's huge. Now it's like we got fall.
Yeah,
Ian
all
brought
of a
us
sudden.
fall. Well, Ian is causing a lot of problems along the Space Coast.
Yeah, trees are down and the water is up there too.
Choppy waters on the intercoastal here at Kiwanis Island Park in Merritt Island. We'll have the latest that the storm brought next.
Hurricane Ian hit us hard, and there are still a lot of questions.
Where do you go for help?
When will it be safe?
We promise you this.
We're here to keep you informed
And to keep you safe.
and we'll get through it together.
Together.
Depend on the Fox 35 Storm Team.
Don't get caught off guard. Depend on the Fox 35 Storm Team.
Okay, so while our Fox 35 Orlando teams go out there to commercial break, just want to reset here. We're almost at the top of the 3 o'clock hour on the West Coast, almost 6 o'clock there in Florida as we continue to see these stunning images of the flooding, of the damage of parts of Western Florida there on the Gulf Coast, near Fort Myers, near Naples, Florida. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank you for coming along with us as we have told this story really from Monday as the Hurricane Ian hit just yesterday, and now the sun came up this morning and we're seeing what the devastation is like and the havoc it has wrought there on the state of Florida in so many parts of the state of Florida. So at the top of the hour, we are told that we are going to get yet another press conference from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis updating us about where emergency operations stand, where the cleanup and recovery operations stand. So we don't have a shot just yet for that. Once we do, we'll bring it up. But we are getting so much reaction as well, especially on the federal level from other state governors. But I just want to also update you because Hurricane Ian is a hurricane yet again. It's now at a Category 1 level strength. Remember, it was a tropical storm for most of the day here, but now it has moved off land, regained strength, and so we'll stay on top of it as well as now the Carolinas and Georgia are in its path. So we're going to be speaking to a lot of our reporters throughout the course of the late afternoon, early evening here, talking about what these officials think the storm might bring to those areas that have been so far not impacted just yet. And then hearing the stories, unfortunately, fatalities have been reported, and just the stunning loss of property damage, the power still not on for most of these infected areas as well. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have so much more from our partner stations as well in Tampa, in Orlando. So we'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to continue to follow all the latest when it comes to the aftermath, the destruction, and the debris that Hurricane Ian has left in its wake. In the meantime, though, we want to hear from our reporters, our anchors, our meteorologists at Fox 35 in Orlando with the latest. Let's listen.
Rescues are going on right now at this hour, and we want to update you on the very latest on Ian.
And we start with Fox 35's Connor Hansen. Connor.
I'm standing in New where there's widespread flooding. You can see people even riding a paddleboard over there. Firefighters are rescuing people from their homes coming up. We'll show you what that operation is looking like.
Kissimmee residents are rescued from their flooded homes on Valerie. Boy, I don't have that story.
Well, with chilly breezes, tropical storm warnings continue. I'll talk about what this will impact through our weekend. Big changes ahead. Next.
The Fox 35 News app is driven by Toyota Orlando and Toyota Clermont.
Okay, so we are going to be continuing to hear both from Fox 35 Orlando, Fox 13 Tampa, and so many of our reporters, especially some from Fox Weather, who are in the field right now assessing the damage, speaking to affected residents. But we've been showing you these live pictures over, I believe, Hardee County, Florida, of some of the damage that's been caused to roadways, to homes, to submerged vehicles. And then, you know, you've been seeing the images of parts of the shoreline near Fort Myers just completely decimated by this storm. Let's play some of that from Lee County. Take a look at this. This was from earlier today, some of our drone footage. You can even see some of the flooding caused blazes, caused fires. The Lee County Sheriff appeared on one of the network morning shows today when asked about how many people might have died during the storm itself. The Lee County Sheriff said in the hundreds. So right now, let's go back out to Fox 35 in Orlando. We also are getting some updated guidance as well. Remember, we were just previewing for you yet another press conference, another briefing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We were told that was going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's now being pushed to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So another hour and a half before we hear from state emergency management officials and the governor about how the operations are going so far, search and rescue, and just assessing all of the damage. But first, out to Fox 35 in Orlando.
Flood event, Ian dumping rain across Central Florida. Thanks for joining us. I'm Luann Sorrell.
And I'm John Brown. The whole region practically underwater. And now the storm back out at sea where it is a hurricane once again. And we have live team coverage of the aftermath. But first, we begin with Fox 35 storm team meteorologist Brooks Garner. So, Brooks, show us those rain totals and where we go from here.
Yeah, you got it, John. 15 to 20 inches fell, and we've got a hurricane that has just redeveloped here over the Gulf Stream. It's heading into the Carolinas. We're going to see impacts from this thing through tonight with gusty winds over 40 miles per hour. But the Carolinas are going to get a storm surge up to 7 feet. Flood waters from Charleston all the way through Myrtle Beach before it rains itself out over the Smoky Mountains. Our exclusive Fox model does a great job, as it has throughout this entire event, to help us see exactly what's going to happen. It really gives us kind of an X-ray into the atmosphere. Here's the center as far as it making landfall tomorrow morning or early afternoon. It might make a little bit of an earlier landfall, but sending those hurricane force winds right into the Grand Strand of South Carolina and flooding rains to follow. Now, as far as impacts here beyond all of the wind, with our tropical storm warnings continuing through tonight, it has brought in much cooler weather. This is coming to kind of a shock to the system after what was so hot and so humid, and a tropical storm and a hurricane. It brings all that tropical air up. Behind it, though, it's wrapping down air straight from Ohio. 62 in Sanford, 64 in Orlando. John and Luann, this is the coldest weather that we've seen here in Orlando since April the 11th. So this is truly chilly stuff. And with the wind and with the drizzle, you'll need a sweatshirt. It feels like it's in the 50s outside. Something else. But this is important because it's going to set us up and change our pattern for a weekend you will not believe. I'll show you the details coming up.
Yeah, yet another shock to the system. Thank you, Brooks. Take a look at these aerials from Fort Myers. Some are calling this ground zero of Ian's wrath. Ian, of course, now one of the most powerful storms ever to hit Florida. More than 2 million people were left without power, and officials fear in these areas right now that they can't get to yet, many could be dead.
We have live team coverage of Ian's destruction. Neighborhoods underwater, roads washed out, and people are being rescued from their homes.
And we begin with Fox 35's Connor Hansen. He is in New Smyrna Beach.
And Connor, there's an active rescue operation going on right now around you.
That's right. I'm standing just off State Road 44 on Wallace Road, where firefighters have been going in and out of this neighborhood, rescuing people from their homes. You can see how deep the water is right now. Crews pulling some equipment out there. And joining me live, actually, we have some volunteers who are helping getting people out of this neighborhood. Thank you so much for joining us. Second, can you just kind of explain what the situation's like down there?
It's unbelievable. It's the worst I've ever seen. I'm a lifelong resident. It's literally chest deep. And, you know, houses are almost quarter to halfway underwater. So.
Wow. And you were with the fire department for quite some time. You also were saying, you know, this is just tough to look at after all your time.
It is, because, I mean, this is where we grew up. And I've never, in my 62 years, have ever seen anything like this.
And how many people do you think are still in there? Do we know?
I don't know. I would hope the command structure does. There's still a lot of people in there. A lot of people are trying to ride it out, but the water's rising. It's not receding yet. And so they're realizing when they see the big trucks coming in that, hey, we can get you out on these boats. And they realize, hey, wait for me, I'll go. You know, and that's how we picked up most of the ones we picked up.
And you guys actually brought a boat out here to help out.
We did. Yes, we brought a little John boat out. And just trying to do anything we can do to help out and help the community out, because we're both lifelong residents, and you know, we just want to do anything we can do to help.
Well, thank you both so much for what you're doing. And guys, we just want to give you another look at how deep this water is right now. This is going all the way into this neighborhood. We've seen trucks going in and out, but mostly those trucks with the big wheels you see from the fire department, the only ones that can get out. We have some video of that. If you want to take a look at it, we can roll that right now. It shows the trucks pulling up here to this staging area, letting people out of those emergency vehicles. We saw older people, younger people, even a baby, people with their dogs jumping out of these trucks. They're getting straight into a fire truck, going out through the flooding, and then to a shelter. So as you heard from those guys, the volunteers we just talked to, there could be quite a few people left in there. We talked to firefighters earlier. They told us that they're doing some briefings and they're going to keep coming back. They're going to keep coming back out here with whatever tools they need to help people get out of these floodwaters. And, you know, they're worried these floodwaters could continue to keep getting even deeper. But we'll keep a close eye on this for you and bring you any updates as we see them. Back to you.
All right, Connor, thank you. Also happening right now, first responders are evacuating about 150 patients from an assisted living facility right near UCF.
Fox 35's Marie Ettinger was there live in the Thunder Truck today, so she takes us to the scene. So what are you seeing out there right now?
So the assisted living facility is right behind me, and you may be able to see behind those trees that the Army National Guard is backing in right now. They've got 2 trucks, like you said, 150 people to get out of here. So this is going to be a massive effort, and it is a team effort. Along the side, you may also be able to see behind me. Oh, nope, because we're in view of everything else that's been going on. So there have been different boats that have been going through from Orange County Fire Rescue. This has just been constant. The problem is they have to take people out, just a couple at a time, and then evacuate them onto buses to be able to make sure that everyone is kept safe and that everything goes smoothly. And again, this is a senior assisted living facility. This is not something where people can just get up and walk themselves. So one of the problems we've seen is that a lot of these people are in wheelchairs. So they've had to get onto the boat, come out, and then actually get carried over. So there have been just constant trips back and forth, back and forth. As we were on our way here, we noticed so many different fire trucks, police lights, everything headed to this one area. We did not know why at the time, but now you can see it. It's because this is completely flooded. They had to block the entire area off because it's deeper than you may think. That happened to me earlier. I was walking through. It seemed fine just up to about the top of my boots, and then you can see behind me actually just how high up it comes
comes up on that truck. So they definitely do not want people driving through here, and they don't want people interfering with that rescue mission that they've got going on right now. We are going to try to check in to get more information about what's going on within the facility. We know that they're flooded out here. We have to assume that some of that water would have made its way into the building, but we are going to find out just how bad things are and what is going to happen to the seniors who were evacuated from here. Back to you guys in the studio.
Marie, thank you. In Volusia County, a pier in Daytona Beach Shores is damaged. Look at the end of the Sunglow Pier here, and you can see it starting to fall apart as the waves hit it. The city is asking people not to come to the beach so that they can sightsee. We have a crew on the way, and we'll have a live update coming up soon.
Also, check out this video from Osceola County. National Guard is in this area rescuing hundreds of people from homes. Volunteers started going out in the airboats at around 5:30 this morning, making trips up and back, and they haven't stopped since. Fox 35's Valerie Boyd joins us live from Kissimmee. And Valerie, you've been out there watching this operation take place all day long, and it just keeps continuing, it looks like.
Yeah, you know, the rescuers, they've got to be tired. Here at Pebble Point, the subdivision has 600 homes, and so the problem is a lot of people didn't leave their homes during the storm, so when it started to rain, the homes started to flood, and they were still okay with that, but the problem became when they got out of power, right? So they had no power, they're sitting in their homes, and some of them were feeling ill, they wanted to leave. So you could see over here, there's a military truck over there, and over here there is one of the airboats that they used to rescue the people. We actually got to go out on a rescue ride, and we saw the airboat going door to door, and let me tell you, the emotions on these people's faces when deputies went up to their doors, you could tell how grateful they were to them. Joining me right now is Lieutenant David Beauclair from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. Lieutenant, can you tell me, first of all, how much longer are you going to be going in there rescuing people?
For right now, as long as we have daylight, as long as we're getting phone calls, we're going to continue to rescue people. We're trying to encourage people while it's daylight to call us if they need to come out. Obviously, when it gets darker, it's harder to see ditches in the lakes and stuff like that. So we're just encouraging people, if they need to get out, to come out now.
So are you still going to go out by airboat, or is it just by truck now?
Right now, because the water has subsided substantially, when we first got up here, you couldn't even see the grass. Right now, we're using our deuce and a halves, and National Guard is assisting us, and we're using those vehicles currently.
Biggest problem is, what do you think?
Biggest problem right now is people one, being hesitant, not wanting to leave, and second, we have people getting a little impatient, wanting the power turned on. We're trying to explain to people a lot of the power here is underground, so we don't want to take the chance of anybody getting electrocuted or getting hurt.
Got it. And this has got to be tiring for you. Tell me all about what you've been going through.
It's tiring, but it's been a great team effort between Florida Highway Patrol, FWC, the National Guard, the Sheriff's Office, the community. We've had a lot of volunteers come out and help.
But you've been telling me you have been here since early this morning, and your clothes are wet?
Not just me. Everybody from the Sheriff's Office and every other agency has been out since about 4 o'clock this morning, up to our waist, or sometimes our chest in water, soaking wet, and doing what we got to do. Our number one job is for the community, so that's what we're here for.
Okay, well, thank you for all your hard work. All right, so back again, you could see.
Okay, we're going to step away from Fox 35 in Orlando there, talking to some of these, emergency officials who have to, really go door to door, sometimes by boat there because the floodwaters are so deep, to see if people are stranded, if they need rescuing. So that is kind of what we are dealing with. Earlier today, we saw all the damage and the destruction on the western side of Florida, kind of the central western part, near Fort Myers, near Naples. You saw Captiva Island, Sanibel Island, essentially just decimated. And now we have been focusing as well there in more of the central part of the state in Orlando, as they still are getting rain and the floodwaters aren't receding. And so they are assessing the damage, but it is different. This is really where Hurricane Ian now, this is where it's going, and this is what it looks like. We do know, as of about an hour ago, that according to the National Hurricane Center, it is now yet again a Category 1 hurricane, and it's taking aim at the Carolinas and Georgia with life-threatening flooding, storm surge, and strong winds. In about 30 minutes' time, we're going to be speaking to some of our reporters in South Carolina to see how they are preparing. But right now, let's bring in the former mayor of Tampa, Florida, Bob Buckhorn. He is joining us now here on Live Now from Fox. And Mr. Buckhorn, thank you so much for being with us. I want to just at first kind of get your thoughts, your reactions about really Tampa being spared the brunt of this. 2 days ago, we were thinking that it was going to be the worst storm Tampa had ever seen in 100 years, but it moved southeast. And still, yes, Tampa got some of the strong winds, some of the heavy flooding, but not as much as its neighbors to the south. Your thoughts on that?
Well, we're profoundly grateful. I mean, we went through this with Irma, where but for a slight jog to the east, we would have been in the same circumstances that our fellow Floridians in Fort Myers and Naples are in today. It's I don't know what it is about Tampa. I hope it's our good living, but I think we have been very, very lucky for over 100 years. Because I can tell you, Jonathan, had that storm hit Tampa 5 years ago with Irma, or if this had been hit now, the mayor's office would have been 15 feet underwater in downtown Tampa. And so the devastation would have been unbelievable, but it didn't. We are thankful for that. We are keeping our fellow Floridians in our prayers. This storm is not over by any stretch, and there will be a lot more damage, both physical, structural, and emotional, as this storm continues its devastating path.
Sir, who have you been in touch with, in the Tampa area? Are you in close contact? Do you have a relationship with the current mayor, Jane Castor, other city officials, other county officials in Pinellas County, Hillsborough County? Have you been reaching out to them? Have they been reaching out to you? What do they think it looks like on the ground right now?
Well, I do. Mayor Castor was my police chief for 6 years. I was a big supporter of hers and couldn't have been happier that she won the election. So the answer is yes. I'm in very close contact with any number of those people involved in those efforts. They are breathing a sigh of relief. When the sun came up this morning, you just didn't know what it was going to look like. And fortunately for the folks in the Tampa Bay area, it was negligible by comparison to our neighbors down south. Down trees, down power lines, power outage for some parts of our community. The water was already saturated in the Bay Area, so you're seeing some street flooding in areas that historically have always flooded. But for the most part, Jonathan, it was we were very lucky that it did not do much damage to Tampa.
So walk us back, in 2017 during Irma. I can imagine that, all of Florida really is impacted by a storm of this magnitude, and you saw some of the similarities, especially when it came to the strength of the storm, the wind speed, and the rainfall, and the height of the storm surges as well. But do all of these local and state partners, work in tandem together? This is a joint effort. It's not anyone on their own, correct?
Well, I can tell you that there are no Democrats or Republicans in a foxhole, and there are no Democrats or Republicans in a hurricane in the aftermath. I can tell you from my experience, I literally was in daily contact with then Governor Rick Scott. We worked very closely. He deployed all of the assets that he could to help us. I am certain and hopeful that Governor DeSantis is doing the same. I have no reason to believe otherwise. But that collaboration and that cooperation between the local officials on the ground, the state officials, largely the governor, and then the national officials through the president down to FEMA are absolutely integral to the state of Florida recovering from this. There will be weeks where we will need the assistance, financial and otherwise, of both state and local government at the local level. But everything that I have seen tells me that everybody is working together. There is no time for partisanship in the midst of one of these crises. We're Floridians first, and who cares whether you're a Democrat or Republican?
Yeah. Mayor Buckhorn, does a community ever psychologically get over something of this magnitude? It is so jarring to, wake up now and you go to, the destruction and the damage, and you see what was there just yesterday, and it is so traumatic. Does a community ever get over that?
It takes time. It takes sometimes decades. I mean, look at the experience of New Orleans. There were people there who left New Orleans and who never came back. The same is true for this particular storm. People's lives have been uprooted. There have been casualties. Their lives have been altered in ways that they never imagined, both financially and emotionally and mentally. And so we're a resilient state and resilient people, and I think we'll recover. But trust me, there will be scars. Some of them will be hidden. Some of them may not materialize for years after this. But this is almost like folks going through combat and having PTSD at the end of it. Sometimes you just don't know until it's further down the road. But yes, it is a very, very traumatic experience, as you can imagine, particularly on this scale.
Yeah. Bob Buckner, we appreciate your time and your experience. You've been through something like this before, and it takes a very long time to get back to normal. Thank you so much. We'll talk again.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we will be speaking with the acting director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome, to talk about where Hurricane Ian is going. It has regained its Category 1 level strength. It's on its way, presumably, to the Carolinas, to Georgia. It's off land right now, and we can talk about how something this massive can essentially regain strength, why it's not weakening as it moves northeastern. Right now, we also have this shot we just finally got up of the podium. We've been seeing this throughout the last couple of days here as we are awaiting Florida Governor DeSantis and other officials in about an hour and 20 minutes with another update. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft as we continue to cover the after effects and the destruction of Hurricane Ian. It is yet again a hurricane, as you know, throughout the rest of the morning it was at tropical storm level. We want to talk about where the storm itself is going right now, and we're being joined by the acting director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome there. Director Rome, thank you so much for being with us. I wanted to talk to you about first what we saw yesterday, and let's talk about records. Let's talk about the history of this storm. Did it break any yesterday?
You know, we won't know the full magnitude of the disaster until really a couple days. What we call in situ observations, or observations that are in place ahead of the storm, rarely measure the magnitude of the disaster this big. And so we really have to go in and do surveys, survey the damage, and do a little bit of forensics to determine just how bad the storm surge was. So we won't know in terms of records where this one will lie for quite some time.
I also want to talk about where Ian is going, because I think a lot of people watching, myself included, were quite surprised that a storm of this magnitude has such staying power, that it regained strength into a Category 1 level as it makes its way now, to Georgia, to the Carolinas. Is that rare? Is that normal? Give us a sense of this, because I was surprised by that.
Yeah, you know, ultimately the fuel or the heat in the ocean is the fuel for these systems. And so when they move over land, they lose that source of fuel and weaken. But in a case like this, where it moves over a peninsula and then emerges back over water, you give the engine fuel, it'll start to rev back up again. And that is indeed what Ian has done here, regaining hurricane designation with maximum sustained winds now of 75 miles per hour.
So you're saying that, you know, this storm isn't going anywhere, that it's going to be around for the next several days, but it's, you don't expect it to, you know, grow even more into, you know, category 2, 3 as it goes back inland?
No, in this case, we're not anticipating rapid intensification. We're not expecting it to be as powerful or regain the power that it had when it first hit Florida in the first landfall. And a lot of that is due to this size. When your storm's this big, it has a hard time sort of spinning itself back up. And it's also starting to interact with the frontal boundary, which should limit significant redevelopment or significant intensification. So, you know, basically looking at nothing to sneeze at in terms of a hurricane, but nothing like what it was when it first hit Florida.
Okay, I want to talk about the season writ large, Director, because, you know, we are almost in October. I had been thinking, wow, Atlantic hurricane season not as active as it has been in the past, and I was maybe naively thinking that, you know, that's a good thing. And then, of course, we saw Fiona last week. We saw Ian in the last couple of days. Are we expecting more and more storms this season, do you think? Is it too hard to tell?
It's, I think we're still well within the throes of hurricane season, and we often get a little bit of a second peak in October, especially in the Western Caribbean. So I would definitely stay focused. We're definitely not out of hurricane season.
Okay, and just last question for you, Director. Has anything surprised you about this storm, about what the projections and models said maybe 48, 72 hours ago, and then to where we are now? Any surprises?
You know, fortunately, the nature of science and technology and our ability to forecast these things, especially the rapid intensification, which was really well anticipated, you don't get the surprises like we used to. You know, I've been here for 23 years, and you know, I'm still sort of digesting how well we did with anticipating the rapid intensification when it was little more than, you know, an area of cloudiness in the Eastern Caribbean.
All right, we always appreciate your expertise into this. I know you've been doing so many media interviews, updating us and keeping us informed and safe, and we appreciate it. We'll talk again.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we are going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be also dipping in yet again to Fox 13 Tampa's coverage, Fox 35 Orlando's coverage, as we see what the damage is like, as we hear from affected residents and speak to our reporters in the field. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we're going to continue to cover all the fallout from Hurricane Ian. It is still a hurricane. Remember, it was at tropical storm level strength throughout the morning, but it has regained some of that strength as it moves even more inland upwards near the coast of the Carolinas and Georgia. We'll be getting a live report from Charleston, South Carolina in about 15 minutes time. But let's talk about the federal response to this. We heard from President Biden today. He was flanked by the FEMA Administrator, Deanne Criswell, and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, at FEMA headquarters, announcing that he intends to sign an emergency disaster declaration for the state of Florida. Federally speaking, let's listen into the president from earlier today.
Well, folks, I'm here at FEMA headquarters to thank Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, Commandant of the Coast Guard Fagan, and the Commanding General of the Army Corps of Engineers, Lieutenant General Spellman, and the FEMA Administrator, who's become the MVP here these days. I spent a lot of time in this room. Griswold of FEMA and an entire workforce, and many other federal agencies that are working together here. You know, they're always going to be above and beyond the running toward danger and to save lives. Most people want to run away from it. These guys run toward it, and it really matters. And it really matters, and they're helping survivors that are really in desperate need. And you know, that's what we're doing as we focus on delivering help to the people directly impacted by Hurricane Ian. I'm going to use this. It made landfall yesterday, and it is still moving across the state today. This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history. The numbers are still unclear, but we're hearing early reports of what may be substantial loss of life. And parenthetically, I should note I've spoken with the governors and the mayors and the commissioners. I've been on the phone with the governor this morning. I spoke with the commissioners and mayors, and they are worried, but every one of them are telling me what an incredible job is being done to save their cities, their towns, their counties, their ports, their bridges, etc. And in the face of serious danger, search and rescue operations got underway before dawn this morning for people stranded and who are in desperate shape. Water rescue is critical. Coast Guard deployed 16 rescue helicopters, 6 fixed-wing aircraft, and 18 rescue boats and crews. That's just one element of the many federal search and rescue teams that the pre-staged in Florida. And the governor talked about how impressed he was with what the Coast Guard is doing this morning. These are dangerous missions, and I'm grateful for the brave women and men in federal, state, and local governments working as one team, risking their lives to save others. And we're going to learn a lot more in the coming hours. But we know many families are hurting. Many are hurting today. And our entire country hurts with them because it's been all over the country. We've seen so many crises. But in Florida today is the epicenter. We're continuing to see deadly rainfall, catastrophic storm surges, roads and homes flooded. We're seeing millions of people without power and thousands hunkered down in schools and community centers. They're wondering what's going to be left. What's going to be left when they get to go home, quote unquote home, or even if they have a home to go to. Some of the folks have been through this before, but that doesn't make it any easier. Actually, it makes the anxiety even higher in my view. My message to the people of Florida and to the country is at times like this, America comes together. We're going to pull together as one team, as one America. First thing this morning is when I talked to Governor DeSantis and again offered the fullest federal support. Earlier this week, I approved his request for the pre-landfall emergency declaration to provide direct federal assistance to the state for emergency protective measures to save lives, including search and rescue and shelter and food. Earlier this morning, I approved the governor's most recent request for the expedited major disaster declaration. That means the federal government will cover 100% of the cost to clear debris and for all the costs that the state has to engage in and expend to save lives. The federal government will also cover a majority of the cost of rebuilding public buildings like schools and state fire stations. And folks in Florida who have destroyed or damaged homes, you don't have enough insurance, it means the federal government will provide individual assistance of $37,900 for home repairs, another $37,900 for lost property, for everything from automobile to a lost wedding ring. That's what we mean by lost property. I've also spoken with mayors across the state, both Republican and Democrat, and I've told them the same thing. We are here. Whether you need, and whatever you need, I indicated to call me directly at the White House. They know how to do that. And we're going to do everything we can to provide whatever they need. We've dispatched over 1,000 FEMA personnel and prepositioned major federal capacities and capabilities and supplies. That includes millions of liters of water, millions of meals, and hundreds of generators. I deployed dozens of search and rescue teams, along with high water vehicles and rescue helicopters to help get survivors to safety. Thousands of National Guard members have been activated. And in my direction, the Department of Defense is providing surge capacity on multiple fronts in support of FEMA's efforts. I also want to say again to everyone in Ian's path, the danger is real, to state the obvious. Please obey all warnings and directions from emergency officials. And while the water is receding, don't go outside unless you absolutely have to. It's risky for you, and it impedes first responders from doing their job. I also want to say again to the oil and gas executives, do not use this storm as an excuse to raise gasoline prices or gouge the American public. The price of oil has dropped in recent weeks. The price of gas should be going down as rapidly. It's not. My experts inform me the production of only about 160,000 barrels a day has been impacted by this storm. That's less than 2% of our country's daily production. Its small and temporary impact on oil production provides no excuse for price increases at the pump, period. If a gas station companies try to use this storm to raise prices, I'm going to ask officials to look into whether or not price gouging is going on. America is watching, and the industry should do the right thing. I expect them to do the right thing. And while we're seeing the devastating images in Florida, I want to be clear. To the people of Puerto Rico, we're not gone away. I am committed to you and the recovery of the island. We'll stand by you for however long it takes to get it done. I know the folks here at FEMA and across the federal government are working nonstop around the clock. That's why finally, I want to thank the first responders, the National Guard, the Coast Guard, service members, and the search and rescue personnel who are working to get people to safety and to restore power, water, and phone lines. And I want to thank everyone here at FEMA and other federal personnel. I've seen you in action all across the country, from the West Coast to the Northwest to the Northeast to down in Louisiana, all across this country. And just in the last 2 weeks, you've been working 24/7. No matter what and when emergencies happen, FEMA is always there. You deserve the nation's gratitude and full support. And right now, if you're in the National Guard and you get called up, you can still keep your job. But if you're in a FEMA reserve, that's not the case. That's why early this morning, I signed into law the Bipartisan Crew Act, championed in the Senate by Gary Peters and Rob Portman, in the House by Dina Titus and John Katko. And we signed it. That law will ensure that FEMA reservists have job protection just like military reservists. So when you're called up to help with a disaster, you can now focus on that mission without worrying you might lose your job, your day job, or receive some other penalty at work because of this national service. That's what the Crew Act guarantees. And it's going to help people become gain more civilian reservists out there. And it's going to make FEMA stronger. It's going to make America stronger. That's who we are. Every time disaster strikes, emergency crews from all over the country, from across the federal government show up to help like they're doing right now in Florida. That's America, a country of women and men willing to serve, willing to leave their own families to help a stranger's family. Everyone hard at work in Florida right now deserves our thanks. And when the conditions allow it, I'm going to be going to Florida to thank them personally so we don't get in the way. I'll do our best. We're going to do our best to build Florida back as quickly as possible, but we're not going to be leaving. We're going to build it back with the state and local government. However long it takes, we're going to be there. That's my commitment to you. I want to now turn it over to Secretary Mayorkas.
Sure. Mr. President, do you plan to meet with Governor DeSantis when you're down there?
I'll meet with everybody who's around.
And Mr.
The answer is yes, if he wants to meet.
Do you plan to go to Puerto Rico as well?
That's my intention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Our hearts go out to the people in the affected areas at DHS.
Okay, we're going to step away from this. We wanted to just let you listen into President Biden as he talked about the federal response. He got some questions from reporters on if he's going to visit some of these damaged areas in Florida. He was also asked if he's going to visit Puerto Rico as well, as that was battered by Hurricane Fiona just last week. He said that is his intention. So that remains to be seen officially from the White House about any scheduled trips to these impacted hurricane zones. Right now, though, we want to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we will be talking about where Hurricane Ian is going next. Of course, that is the trajectory right now, parts of Georgia and the Carolinas. And so we'll be getting an update from South Carolina in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have this Live Now look there in St. Augustine, Florida. As you know, slamming the Florida coast, it seems though Ian could pack a 1-2 punch. It's expected to strengthen from a tropical storm to a hurricane, and it has done just that. It is now a Category 1 hurricane before making landfall again, this time near South Carolina, near Georgia. Take a look at our XRAD weather system there. You can see where the storm is going. We're being joined right now by Fox News multimedia reporter Stephen Goen. He's live for us, I believe, in Charleston, South Carolina. Stephen, good to see you. What's the feeling there, and what are preparations like?
Well, we've been talking to people here on the ground. They say they are getting prepared. Right now, we're just seeing a stiff breeze, maybe a few drops of rain. Tomorrow, it's going to get a lot worse in this state and possibly in parts of North Carolina and Georgia as well. Ian is forecast to bring life-threatening storm surge, flooding, and strong wind. That's according to the National Hurricane Center. And we're going to start to see some of that here on the ground in the next 12 hours overnight. Here, people are making preparations so that when the storm comes, they know what to do. Today, we saw a lot of people filling up sandbags. The governor of South Carolina has declared a state of emergency, but he hasn't ordered any evacuation, so people are getting prepared to hunker down at home. Ian is expected to make landfall again in this area as a Category 1 hurricane. Despite that, people here say they don't see big storms often. So while they're making sure they're ready, they tell me that they're not scared. Take a listen.
Hopefully all of this won't be necessary, but you know what? It's better to be prepared than not prepared, you know?
I mean, I don't feel it on the inside that's going to be a big one, but I'm just preparing a little bit. But I'm not fully prepared because I didn't even go out and buy any bottled waters or anything.
Especially high risk because there are so many low-lying areas, so flooding is a really big concern. It's why city officials say they've been working with state and county authorities to have a plan in place for when that flooding may happen. We're going to find out in the days to come if all of that preparation pays off. Andrew?
So, Stephen, if there's a timetable you could provide, that would be helpful, but maybe you don't have one because do they even know when the storm is going to take place? And plus, are there evacuation orders in place like we saw in Florida?
As far as I know, there are not evacuation orders in place, so people, could be staying at home and preparing to just kind of take the storm at home. And as far as the timeline goes, we are starting to see some of the signs of the storm right now, though they are small. Things like wind, a few drops of rain, as I said, nothing major as of right now. Overnight, we're going to start to see more, and then around midday tomorrow, from then on, is when the storm could really hit. But all of that, of course, is subject to change as the track of this storm continues to develop. So people, especially in the area, will need to make sure they're staying on their phones, watching television to make sure they are staying up to date on everything that's happening.
All right, Stephen, going there live for some Charleston. Stay safe, Stephen. We'll talk again. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to be speaking in the 7 o'clock hour tonight as well to another of our reporters who's in South Carolina as they prepare for Hurricane Ian, as it has regained that strength now at a Category 1. Right now, though, let's go out to Fox 13 in Tampa as the talk right now is about restoring power. We'll see how the progress is there.
And we want them to consider their own safety. Our customers, all of us, are anxious to get out there, assess the damage, see what's happened, but some of these areas may have power lines that are down. So please avoid any power lines. Stay away by at least 30 feet. Assume they're energized.
Now, Florida Power and Light is the state's largest utility provider. They've also already restored more than 800 people's powers today. Now, as I've mentioned, the CEO of FPL did speak alongside Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in his afternoon update today. He did say that portions of the grid in Lee and Charlotte County, so that's that Fort Myers, Punta Gorda area, parts of the grid are just beyond repair, that could take weeks, if not months, to get built up and restored. So, Ali, just as you mentioned, we really just do not know how long our neighbors to the south could go without the lights on. And they even said some of the homes and the buildings are just too damaged beyond the point where even if the power is restored, they're going to need a lot of construction to be able to even take it.
Right, kind of puts things in perspectives for us. We might be waiting a few days for our power, but for them, who knows how long. All right, Regina, thanks.
So let's talk about the federal response. We heard a few minutes ago President Biden's promise to help Florida recover from Ian. Up next, the bipartisan support behind his efforts.
Jose Altuve and the Astros take on the Rays.
Okay, so right now we're going to also take a commercial break. Fox 13 Tampa just went to their commercial talking about what the power restoration process is going to be like. Take a look. We keep throwing up our X-Red weather system there. as Hurricane Ian is now back to being a hurricane, a Category 1 level. We just spoke with Fox's Stephen Goen in South Carolina as residents there are preparing for a lot of rain, for heavy winds and possible storm surges as well. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we approach the 4 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, almost 7 o'clock there in Florida, as we continue to see the devastation that Hurricane Ian wrought across the Sunshine State. We've been speaking to our reporters from Fox 13 Tampa, from Fox 35 Orlando, as search and rescue operations are still underway, damage assessments are still underway. And it's going to be a long, long road to recovery. And we just want to hear it live now from Fox extend our thoughts, our prayers, our condolences to those who know someone who might be missing, who knows someone who might have lost their life during this very, very powerful storm. It made landfall just yesterday at this time as a Category 4. It's now back, though, to a Category 1 strength. This tweet in from the National Hurricane Center. This advisory, their 29th advisory, saying Ian becomes a hurricane again, taking aim at the Carolinas and Georgia with life-threatening flooding, storm surge, and strong winds. Now, remember, in about 40 minutes' time, we are expected to listen in again, a briefing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. But earlier this afternoon, now that some of these other states might be impacted by Ian's strength, there are also officials in South Carolina and Georgia having their own updates and press conferences to inform the public about what they need to know. So let's go out to South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster and his emergency management officials with this briefing.
It's a plan for what is difficult while it's easy. So let's pray. Gracious God, you've given us the ability for sound judgment and wise decisions. As the storm heads our way, help us to exercise those abilities to prepare for what's to come. Help us to not let apathy or our experience of previous storms be our guide. Each storm is different, and we need to constantly be vigilant. I pray for safety over our citizens, as the citizens do all they can to prepare and keep themselves safe as well. Help us through this time ahead. And Lord, we ask your healing hand be upon our friends in Florida. Help heal them and their land. Amen.
John Carville, National Weather Service.
Thank you, Governor. So forecast trends have become more concerning today in terms of potential impacts to South Carolina. Ian, currently located about 275 miles south of Charleston, It is now forecast to intensify back to a hurricane as it lifts north in the Atlantic toward the South Carolina coast later today and tonight. The latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center indicates the potential for a South Carolina landfall during the day Friday along the central and northern portion of the coast, with Ian then shifting northward into the state through Friday evening while weakening. This could be the first hurricane to make landfall in South Carolina since Matthew in 2016. Hurricane warnings are currently in effect for the entire South Carolina coast, with tropical storm warnings extending well inland across the Midlands. Tropical storm force winds will develop later today into tonight along the coast, then spread inland through Friday morning. Wind gusts could reach 60 to 70 miles per hour along the coast and inland areas east of the forecast track, with many other areas in the central and eastern portion of the state possibly seeing gusts of 45 to 60 miles per hour at times. There is a risk right along portions of the central and northern South Carolina coast of hurricane force winds. These winds will result in downed trees and power lines, with some minor structural damage possible to things like roof, shingles, and vinyl siding, especially near the coast. It's important that people prepare for possible power outages as well. Perhaps most concerning is the increased threat of storm surge flooding. Storm surge warnings are now in effect for the entire South Carolina coast. Potential storm surge inundation is now forecast to be as high as 4 to 6 feet along the southern coast, 4 to 7 feet along parts of the Charleston County coast, and 3 to 5 feet in Georgetown and Horry counties. Should point out that if the forecast track shifts, that would change those values, with areas south of potential landfall experiencing less in the way of storm surge flooding. However, given those values, flooding won't just occur along the ocean front, but also along waterways, bays, and tidal creeks, and some roadways may become temporarily impassable. If you're in or around the tidal region, you should follow the advice of local officials and consider finding nearby higher ground. As for rainfall, torrential rainfall occurring within a short period of time can certainly result in flash flooding. Everyone's reminded that if you encounter a flooded roadway, to turn around, don't drown. Conditions should improve across the state late Friday night into Saturday as Ian weakens and lifts to the north. All of the local National Weather Service offices located in Charleston, Columbia, Greenville, Spartanburg, and Wilmington, North Carolina that serve the state are routinely briefing state, county, and local officials and decision makers, so be sure to follow their guidance. It's also important to assess your risk for any of these potential hazards and take the necessary precautions now to protect yourself and your property. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Just to remind everyone, under my executive order, I have not ordered any closings, have not ordered any evacuations, nor lane reversals or state government closings. Now, your local governments may have advice, of course, they may close some county offices, but that will be, those decisions are left, of course, to the local level. And listening to the National Weather Service and Mr. Quirello, you know, there's some differences. Technically, a hurricane, a storm is not a hurricane until it's 74 miles an hour of sustained winds. And it's not a tropical storm until it's 40 or above. Doesn't make much difference whether this comes in at hurricane strength or below it storm strength or somewhere on the line, because it's going to be blowing strong winds. It's going to be all over the state at different levels, as you can see if you go and look at those maps. But we know we're going to have a lot of water. This is going to come in, we're having this, Ian is going to arrive in strength about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and it'll be here until about 8 o'clock tomorrow night at top strength. So high tide in Charleston is at noon tomorrow. So we know there's going to be water, a lot of hot water in Charleston. They know that too. I spoke to John Tecklenburg this morning. In fact, I think I've spoken today to most of the mayors along the coast, as well as our congressional Senator Scott and Senator Graham. And my office has been talking with others. I spoke to Congresswoman Mace. But everyone is on the same page. Everyone is reading the same information. And of course, our team here is tightly involved with all of the county organizations and the county offices, and we know what's coming. So there's a little bit of wiggle room in exactly how strong the rains and how strong the wind will be. But the biggest variable is human reaction, is people failing to take the necessary precautions. That's the real danger that we have is human error. So again, we want to, all of us, want to urge all of everyone in our state to take a look at those maps, to pay attention, to see what is going to happen in your area. Some will have more wind than others, some will have more rain than others. But you can get that information if you go to those official sources, and don't go to the others, because there's always a lot of misinformation or sometimes outdated information that's going around. We know this is going to be a serious storm, but we also know, based on our preparations, which are now moving, that we're not preparing anymore, we're acting now. We know that we can handle this if we use our heads and follow the rules. And there are a lot of little simple things. If you have to go to the store, if you're running out of something, go ahead and do it while we have time before it starts raining real hard. Don't drive on roads. If you can't see the pavement, don't drive on the road. And remember, even on highways, if you get up to high speeds, everybody's heard of hydroplaning, where the car can be slipping on the water, and that's very, very dangerous. Be sure, call your family, call your loved ones, tell them where you're going to be. Let them know that, so they won't be worried about you. And again, take care of your pets, take all your whatever medications. If you have to leave home for a while, take everything you need with you. Stay inside. If the wind's blowing, it could blow something right on you. You see it blowing the shingles off the roofs. You also see it knocking down winds. Take items inside, loose items that might be blown around by the wind. Take those inside with you. Don't let those become projectiles on people. And I think we would be all right. I've spoken to Governor Cooper in North Carolina and Governor Kemp in Georgia, and we've also had communications with Governor DeSantis' office, and we're all ready to send whatever we need to wherever it needs to go if we don't need it ourselves. So this is really a remarkable full team effort. Everybody's involved. And of course, you are highly familiar with those of us who've been having these sessions with you day in and day out, and we'll continue to do that. But, so again, we're prepared, but people, be careful. Be careful, be smart. Don't be a statistic, and we'll do just fine.
Kim Stinson, Director of South Carolina Emergency Management Division. The State Operations Center, where we're at right now, is currently staffed, and we'll move to a 24-hour operation tomorrow. Our priorities include support to counties and contingency planning for possible transportation, sheltering, supply, and equipment missions, as well as an active public information operation to keep citizens informed. We continue to have daily conference calls with county emergency managers to share information and identify any unmet needs. We currently have a few requests for sandbags and high water vehicles, which are being filled, and then currently we have not received any reports of significant damage. Very much in line with what the governor just said, we would ask everybody in finalizing their storm preparations, keep in mind several points. Residents in low-lying areas, prone to flooding, particularly along the coast, should have a plan to move to higher ground if their homes become unsafe. And local agencies are opening emergency shelters based on the need and the storm conditions. And the shelter locations, when open, will be posted on our website at scemd.org and on our mobile app at South Carolina Emergency Manager. Certainly be aware of flash flooding. If there's a possibility of a flash flood, move to higher ground. Don't wait to be told to do that. Take action. And certainly, if time allows, prepare your home for a flood by moving essential items to an upper floor, bring in outdoor furniture, disconnect electrical appliances, and be prepared to turn off gas, electricity, and water. And then certainly don't walk through moving water. 6 inches of moving water can make you fall, and certainly could cause some serious problems, especially if it's moving water. Certainly, and the governor's already talked about this, do not drive into flooded areas. If flood waters surround your car, you should abandon the car and move to higher ground if you can do that safely. You and your vehicle can easily be swept away. Certainly have ways to get emergency information, make that available. Examples include the NOAA weather radio, code red, notifications, wireless emergency alerts that you can get over your mobile phone and mobile devices. Make sure your devices have backup batteries and extra chargers. If there's a high wind or tornado warning is issued for your area, get indoors to a pre-designated location, such as a basement, storm cellar, or the lowest building level. And if there's no basement, go to the center of an interior room on the lowest level, away from corners, windows, doors, and outside walls. In a vehicle or mobile home, get out immediately and go to a more secure structure. If there's no shelter or structure nearby, lie flat in the nearest ditch and cover your head. And do not attempt to drive a tornado. Also, as the governor mentioned, follow trusted, verified sources for the latest news and be prepared to follow the instructions of state and local public safety officials. And then finally, another reminder that this is not just a coastal event. We expect this storm to impact all of South Carolina over the next several days. Thank you, sir.
An expression we've used lately is run from the water and hide from the wind. Because this wind will really be blowing and can blow things on you. And so we must be careful. And Mr. Stinson reminded me of that water. If you're in a vehicle that has electric windows, they will not open if you get under the water. So you don't want to be underwater. You don't want to slide off a road into a ditch full of water, because you might not be able to get the doors open. And the windows, the electrical windows, all those circuits will not work. So this could be very dangerous for those kind of reasons as well. So I want everybody to think, be careful, and be careful what you're doing. General McCarty.
Good afternoon, Major General McCarty, Adjutant General here in South Carolina. The soldiers, airmen, and employees of the Military Department of South Carolina are prepared to support the state in response to Hurricane Ian. This, as the chaplain noted, this is something that we do year-round. We prepare for these type of events. We're well poised at this point with equipment and personnel, and we're in the process of activating approximately 100 soldiers on state active duty. They will be assigned to the anticipated affected coastal counties. We will have what are commonly referred to as the high water vehicles to help if there's any localized flooding, if there's anyone that needs to be evacuated from those areas, we're prepared to do that. We have significant other assets and capabilities if those situations warrant. And as always, if we need additional assets, we can EMAC to the emergency management compact from other states, and we always have access to Title X assets if they're needed here in the state. We're not anticipating that at this time, but we are prepared for whatever situation may come. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. As an update to my report yesterday, Duke, Dominion, and Santee Cooper have suspended disconnect. They are also, all of these utility partners have stationed additional resources so that as the storm leaves, that they are able to conduct power restoration services very quickly. With regard to our fuel partners for the state of South Carolina, we have continually checked in with them, and their fuel supplies are in good order, and they have no unmet needs.
Thank you, Governor. Ben Duncan, Chief Resilience Officer. We stand ready to assist citizens after the storm with recovery measures. We have disaster case managers ready to go. We have over 50 disaster case managers ready to help citizens with their unmet needs, whether it's food, water, clothing, or other measures that they need. We stand ready to assist them at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Christy Hall, the Secretary of Transportation for the state of South Carolina. As the Governor mentioned, we completed all of our preliminary work today, including repositioning more than 100 employees down in the coastal areas to supplement the forces that we already have there in those areas to respond to the aftermath of the storm. That includes, as I mentioned, 100 additional folks from the upstate that we've moved down to help with road clearance operations as well as signal restoration work, which is something new that we did this year, which was to bring signal supplies with us into those areas to make sure that we're able to rapidly restore service into the area. And we will also team up with the utility crews that Director Edwards mentioned with regards to reentry and clearing the downed trees. As the governor and others have mentioned, we urge that folks really try to avoid travel tomorrow if at all possible, just due to the high winds and rains and other dangerous conditions that may exist on the roadways. We are expecting, as John Q mentioned, some rain or some water to be over the roads at some point in time, especially at some of what we would refer to commonly as some of the known areas that flood frequently in the state. So just expect that. Also, as mentioned earlier, make sure that you're following the advice and guidance of local officials, including law enforcement personnel, with regards to either crossing of the high-level bridges or rerouting around areas where there may be floodwater. Thank you, Governor.
Rob Wood. Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. I'm Rob Woods. I'm the Director of the South Carolina Department of Public Safety. SCDPS and its state support agencies, and that's the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, the South Carolina Department of Pardon, Parole, and Probation, and the South Carolina Department of Transportation, began enhanced traffic management operations at 3 p.m. today in the coastal region, and will begin response operations at 6 p.m. in the Midlands and Upstate. Our current focus is responding to anticipated increases in calls for service along major highways as the storm approaches, and shifting to support of SCDOT in addressing traffic hazards and assisting SLED with law enforcement missions after the storm. As always, and to echo Secretary Hall's advice, EPS encourages all citizens to avoid travel during hazardous weather and remain aware of dangerous roadway conditions after the storm has passed. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ed Simmer, Director of the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. We continue to work to prepare for this storm. A couple of cautions for folks is if the floodwaters start to come in, please remember that not only are floodwaters dangerous from the drowning standpoint, they also often have toxic substances and high levels of bacteria. So staying out of floodwater is very important for your health. For that same reason, at sunset tonight, we are going to close all shellfish harvesting beds statewide until such time as we can show that the water is safe and the shellfish is safe to eat again. That could be a couple of weeks, but all shellfish beds will be closed as of sunset tonight. We are continuing to work with our medical facilities in the coastal counties, which we think will have the greatest effect. We have 42 nursing homes, 126 assisted living facilities, and several hospitals. We're working very closely with all of them. They all are ready for this storm, but we have teams ready to respond on a moment's notice if any of them do have any challenges. We continue to work with our dam owners for the more than 2,000 dams that we regulate. We've lowered water levels on some of those dams, and we believe they are ready. We do not anticipate significant problems with the dams. So at this point, our goal is that no South Carolinian is physically harmed in this storm, and certainly no one is killed by this storm in South Carolina. I'm convinced that working together, we can achieve that goal. Please be smart, stay informed, don't take chances you don't need to take, and working together, we will make sure that every South Carolinian comes through this okay. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
This is to John. You mentioned that this could be the first hurricane that makes landfall since Matthew. Are there any particular concerns that you have about this hurricane that occurred when Matthew made landfall in South Carolina?
I couldn't, any what?
Any particular concerns that this hurricane can bring similar to what Matthew brought?
Well, the main concern always, this is stronger than some that we've had, but weaker than others. But the concern is always human error and people taking chances people riding on the roads where they can't see the road, trying to go out in a hurry to get medication or to take care of, or to do something they could have done before the rain and the wind were upon us, and doing it at the last minute. When hurricanes, whether it's a hurricane or tropical storm, you need to prepare. And that's this great team that we have here in South Carolina has been fully prepared. We've prepared and gone through a lot of hurricanes and storms over the years. But it's always something that's unexpected that typically could have been avoided if people thought a little more. If a huge hurricane comes in, it's going to do some damage. We can't stop Mother Nature, but we can take care of ourselves, and that's why we try to sound the alarm and ask people to be prepared.
Just a question
Yes.
for John. Just when and where can we expect the worst of this tomorrow?
Conditions will start deteriorating tonight as the tropical storm force winds start spreading in. The wind field around Ian is very large, so it's not just confined right to the center. So it's the radius of the wind is very large. So even well ahead of its approach, we'll start seeing those tropical storm force winds develop. So conditions will deteriorate through the night tonight and tomorrow morning, and we'll probably expect the worst conditions throughout the day tomorrow. In terms of rainfall could certainly begin along the coast, later today through tonight, and then it's going to spread inland as well. So the heavy rainfall threat, the flash flood threat begins tonight and will continue through tomorrow. The storm surge threat appears to be greatest, probably right around the time of high tide tomorrow, which is late morning, early afternoon for a good portion of the coast. That's when we're most concerned about the storm surge inundation. And then the isolated tornado threat looks like it'll be late tonight into tomorrow. So that's the timing. These are a little bit faster than what we were discussing yesterday. So the arrival of those tropical storm force winds, and that's due to a faster forward motion of the storm and those larger expanding wind fields getting here a little bit sooner. So things are sped up just a little bit compared to what we were seeing yesterday.
More questions?
Yes, Governor, for you or for Director Stenson, Charleston's mayor said he's nervous about some complacency given how the path has changed. Is that something that you all are concerned with as well, especially for coastal residents?
We're always concerned about complacency. I spoke to Mayor Tecklenburg earlier today. We spoke at the last hurricane.
No, I understand that's a good question, and that's always an issue in terms of this sort of situation. But the messaging that's gone out over the last 72 hours has basically been the same thing. If you live in a low-lying area or along the coast, is that you need to consider moving to higher ground. The local emergency managers have been putting that out, the county administrators, the public information folks. So we're on the same page there. And so much of emergency management has to do with personal preparedness, the individuals and businesses. But at the end of the day, it's their decision. They've got to make that decision, and all we can do is inform that decision. And that's, again, what we're doing here today.
And I'll add to that I've been in contact myself with 14 and 15 of the mayors along the coast, and I know people there have been in touch with them and their offices as well as the county offices as well. And all of the official people are highly alert and prepared. We just want to, again, urge all the citizens to take care, because you can get hurt in a storm like this. Questions?
For Major General McCarty, can you tell us a little bit more about where assets have been positioned on the coast? Are you focused around some of these areas that storm surge could be the worst at?
Yeah, we'll have in Charleston County, Dorchester, Beaufort, Berkeley, and normally we either initially stage at the local armory or at a facility designated by the county that will give us the ability to be flexible. And we can expand both in our capabilities in terms of response to other parts of the low country on the coastal plain as necessary. Those will be the initial sites that we will occupy.
Are there any focuses like hospitals or some of these assisted living facilities that you guys maybe focus on?
What we've done in the past is when, if emergency responders could not get into an area or someone needed to be evacuated from an area that was closed off due to high water, we're able to get in. Normally, we either our LMTVs or support local authorities who may have boats but it's really kind of the last resort to try to move people out of these affected areas. Depending upon the storm, we'll certainly gauge how much we may be needed, but it's more of a precautionary event versus what we know will happen. It's just more of a precautionary at this point.
More questions? All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so we just wanted to make sure we got that press conference in. That was from earlier this afternoon by South Carolina state officials, including Governor Henry McMaster, as now the Palmetto State has to prepare for Hurricane Ian. And we were just speaking to one of our reporters there in Charleston, South Carolina, about what residents are doing to prepare as well. And so Hurricane Ian is not over yet, not anywhere near close. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you so much for being with us here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, of course, we've been previewing in about the next 15 minutes. So that's what we were told. We're going to hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis yet again live, as well as his emergency management officials, with hopefully an update on where some of these search and rescue operations stand and if power has been turned back on in some of these areas. We're still told that almost 1 million people are still without power, as the devastation is really just stunning to comprehend in parts of Florida after Hurricane Ian came through. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source for all news related to Hurricane Ian. We know there's been so much interest in this massive story, and it is having so many deleterious impacts, especially to so many Floridians. We're getting reports that there are fatalities in some of these really hard-hit areas, and search and rescue operations are still underway. And we really did this morning, when the sun came up, we got a first glimpse of the damage Ian had wrought there in places like Fort Myers, in places like Naples. But tonight, the northeastern coast of Florida will take a hit. Take a look at our X-Red weather system. You can see there, Hurricane Ian, now back at a Category 1 level, is regaining its strength. It was a tropical storm level strength. So right now, let's get an update from Atlantic Beach near Jacksonville, Florida, in northeastern Florida, as Ian is making its way there. Caroline Elliott, we're joined by right now. Caroline, what's going on? What are the conditions? What have you seen?
Well,
Andrew, this rain, this wind is really starting to pick up, but we're still bracing for even worse conditions later this evening as Hurricane Ian is expected to be directly off the coast of Jacksonville by 10 p.m. tonight. Now, the biggest concern here is the storm surge and, of course, the potential for flooding. We want to show you what that ocean looks like right now so you can get a better idea at these conditions. Now, just for some more context, this is a beach where you would typically see about 30 to 40 feet of sand, but of course that's not the case. Now, of course, we have seen a couple people coming out to check out these conditions. Of course, this is not recommended by local emergency management officials because, of course, again, the potential for that storm surge, it's extremely dangerous conditions out here right now, as well as the wind. Now, the good news tonight is that a majority of people who live here, they have been taking these warnings very seriously. This is not something we've seen a lot of since 7 a.m. We've only seen a couple of people out here to check out these conditions, as many people, again, are taking these warnings very seriously after those images we saw from Southwest Florida in cities like Fort Myers and Naples. Andrew.
Caroline, I don't know if it's your camera or if it's actually the sky itself, but it does look so ominous, almost like a pinkish, reddish hue there. I can't believe one of those individuals out there trying to take photos of this. So we're told, and I had been speaking to you earlier, that the airport in Jacksonville is closed. Were there mandatory evacuations in place, though?
Andrew, at this point, the city has not ordered mandatory evacuations, of course. They are recommending people stay inside at this point because, again, Hurricane Ian is just off the coast of Jacksonville, about 3 hours away at this point. Again, still a very dangerous situation. About an hour ago, we saw a complete whiteout behind us. Of course, now it's getting a little bit more hazy, but again, we're still bracing for even worse conditions tonight, Andrew.
Caroline, just lastly, because, you know, this was striking the western Gulf part of Florida, and presumably many residents there fled to the other side of the state. Have you ran into anyone who escaped the other side of the state and now they have to face the brunt of Ian yet again on the other side?
Absolutely, Andrew. Unfortunately, that is the case. Of course, we have been driving around the state for the last several days through Panama City, Gainesville, Jacksonville. You're seeing a lot of people evacuate to these areas, and unfortunately, you're seeing hotels sell out in a lot of these cities as well from people who've already evacuated. Some of those may be facing those conditions yet again, Andrew.
Okay, Caroline Elliott there, live for us near Jacksonville, Florida. Caroline, stay safe. Looks like conditions are picking up. We'll speak again.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to listen to the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Remember, we spoke to the acting director of the center live about an hour ago about where Hurricane Ian is going and what's it going to do to the Carolinas. What is it going to do to Georgia? And then, of course, at the bottom of the hour, we are told that we are going to be getting a live update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other Floridian emergency state management officials with the latest on the recovery operations. Let's listen in.
Welcome back, everyone. This is your 5 p.m. update on now Hurricane Ian. So to recap you, Ian weakened to a tropical storm as it moved across the Florida Peninsula, but now that it's reemerged back over the waters of the Atlantic, it's re-strengthened and acquired the hurricane designation with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. But, you know, I don't want to focus on the center of circulation, and we sort of talked about this all week, because look at the rain shield that is already developed well in advance of the center of circulation, already starting to move onshore coastal South Carolina and Georgia. In the wind field, this orange area here, this is the size of the wind field, the tropical storm force winds. Look how large it is relative to the center of circulation. This storm has just been big since it got into the Gulf of Mexico, and that's going to continue. Now let's walk you through the watches and warnings. So the blue area here is the tropical storm warning. Tropical storm warning is a blue area. The pink is probably a little hard to see here. Steve, you might have to zoom in a little bit, is the hurricane watch. But most importantly, the red from the Savannah River to Cape Fear. So all of coastal South Carolina and a little bit of North Carolina to Cape Fear is now under a hurricane warning. And that's very important, hurricane warning for this area. It's going to be natural for people to want to lower their guard with Ian because it's not as powerful as it was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I'm really telling you, please don't do that. Ian is going to move off and start to turn more towards the north, and then somewhat back to the north-northwest, then move inland over South Carolina and western portions of North Carolina, where it'll weaken down to a tropical depression on Saturday. Now, let's look at this, because I want to help you with the inland warnings as well. The previous graphic was the coastal warnings. Now I want to help you with the inland warnings. The red area here, again, hurricane warning. We already talked about that. But look how far inland the tropical storm, the blue, tropical storm warning goes inland over South Carolina and North Carolina. Also, it clips portions of Georgia as well. But Columbia, you're in this. Raleigh, you're in this. So if you're watching from inland and thinking that this is just a coastal phenomenon, I'm hoping to change your mind tonight. If we look at the storm surge, there's a reason this part of the coastline is called the low country, because it's low and flat. What makes this part of the country really, really beautiful, the estuaries, the rivers, that basically allows sort of a highway for the storm surge to push inland. And you can see here with the colors where we have the storm surge, basically a heightened storm surge risk from about Flagler of Volusia County line in Florida all the way up to Duck, North Carolina, including Pamlico in the Neuse River, Pamlico Sound in the Neuse River. But the highest threat is here in coastal South Carolina. Well, up to 4 to 7 feet of storm surge is possible. This is the potential. So this is what we need you to prepare for. And the highest threat would be Edisto Beach to Murrells Inlet. And in looking at the latest trend in the guidance, I'm really worried about this area on the sort of northern flank of that strip could potentially get the highest of that range if the forecast holds. The brighter pink here is the storm surge warning. Warnings mean conditions are expected, or is a brighter pink. Then this watch area, this lighter pink, is the watch area in North Carolina. But notice here, and I'll explain this for you because it probably looks a little unnatural, the Neuse River, the lower reaches of the Neuse River under a storm surge warning. And the reason for that, I'll explain it, is as the winds sort of come like this from a northeasterly direction, it basically shoves the sound south, and then it backs up the river and basically causes a confluence, if you will, or funneling right here in the Neuse River. So if you're here in the Neuse River, you know you're flood prone. You typically get a lot of flooding in this area with just about every hurricane. Now let's switch to the flash flooding or flood risk potential. This is our excessive rainfall risk, meaning with the risk of heavy rain that might produce flash flooding. You can see here, and this is the inland part. I want to stress this red area, which is a moderate risk, Charleston, Charlotte, Raleigh-Durham, potentially all the way to Roanoke, Virginia, a risk of heavy rain spreading inland as Ian pulls back up into southeast United States. Now I want to end with this, especially as Floridians are starting to recover from the devastating impacts of Ian's march across the Florida Peninsula. We typically get a lot of fatalities, unfortunately, in the days after a disaster. They call it indirect deaths, and this is typically comes during the recovery phase. And I want to explain this. Now, I recognize that a lot of people in the path of Ian probably don't have power and internet, so I'm asking for you, if you're outside of that area, to call your family and help them with this. We get a lot of fatalities from heat. So let's think about this. No power, no air conditioning. It's very humid down here in Florida this time of year. People are out trying to clean up their yard. They overexert themselves. A lot of heat-related deaths in the days after a hurricane. But this is the big one. This is a big one. Carbon monoxide poisoning from people running their generators. So people trying to get power restored, trying to pick their lives back up, will typically run generators. Some people just don't know the safety of those generators. Also, there's typically a huge fear that someone will steal them, and so people will bring them into their garage, run them in their garage, or they'll run them under an open window, and then the carbon monoxide comes back into the house. This is a colorless, odorless gas, so you're not going to get a warning. You're not going to smell it and get a warning. So please be very careful if you've never run a generator before. Ask your neighbor, ask somebody else to help you run that generator safely. Never try to refuel it while it's running. That's a big, big one. Don't try to refuel it while it's running. So please be safe. Please call your family in Florida and ask them to be safe with respect to heat, overexerting themselves in the heat, and carbon monoxide poisoning. That is it from the National Hurricane Center. We'll be providing you updates as needed or at our typical time tomorrow at 11:30.
Okay, we thank the National Hurricane Center there. It does look like Governor DeSantis and his team have stepped up to the podium. Let's take that for you live.
Chief Executive Officer of Walmart U.S. So welcome to Florida. We're happy that you're here. I just got back from surveying the damage in Charlotte and Lee counties. And, some of the damage was, almost indescribable to see a house just sitting in the middle of Estero Bay. Literally must have gotten picked up, flown because of the massive wind speed and the storm surge, and deposited in a body of water. There was cars floating in the middle of the water. Some of the homes were total losses. I would say the most significant damage that I saw was on Fort Myers Beach. Some of the homes were wiped out, and some of it was just concrete slabs. Of course, there were damage to some of our infrastructure, particularly the Sanibel Causeway. There were breaks in that in multiple different areas. It was interesting. The pylons on the water, where you had that part of the bridge, that actually was good. It was the point where it was on a sandbar that just got totally wiped away, or from the mainland, there was breaks there. So that's going to require major overhaul and potentially a complete rebuild. They're going to look at it and see. That's the only way on Sanibel and Captiva Island. So the operations to help people there have been mostly by air. In all told, search and rescue operations, it started in the wee hours of the morning. As soon as the winds died down enough to where it was safe, you had Coast Guard assets, you had urban search and rescue teams. We've had the National Guard out assisting people. There have been more than 700 confirmed rescues, and there's likely many more than that that will be confirmed as more data comes in. People have been rescued from places like Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Marco Island, as well as the barrier islands in Charlotte County. Obviously, there was a lot of calls coming in as the storm was really raging yesterday. People who did not evacuate were hunkered down. There was storm surge. There was a lot of apprehension, understandably. When initially the first responders came this morning, people would wave them down, whether they were by helicopter, boat, or high water vehicle. Now what they're finding is on places like Sanibel, most of the residents are just waving thank you for coming, but they say that they're fine and that they're staying put. Now, I think that there's going to be issues with being on some of those islands because they're not going to have services like we expect for quite some time, given the limitations of transportation. But nevertheless, that's a sign that some of the folks who did ride it out are stabilized in their home. They are first responders, are doing targeted searches, just going home by home, checking to see if people are okay.